is unavailable. Busy dude. Completely understandable. But I want to put up an episode anyway, so I am going to attempt to just freeball it. And it's very distracting looking at my ugly face and my chubby chins. But I want to see if I can do this as a challenge to myself. This podcast is sponsored by H2O. Valence electrons, baby. So, I don't really know how to do this. I was going to scroll through news on Reddit, but I feel like that's picking at low-hanging fruit. So, let's just go for it. Artificial intelligence. Is that not the new Manhattan Project? In that it possesses the capability, or it is the capability, it is the potential of the capability to rule the world. Now, I can't remember if it was Dead Hand or Command and Control by Eric Schlosser, the guy who wrote Fast Food Nation. Command and Control is fucking amazing. I always talk about Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. I'm trying not to look at the camera because I just see my fucking ugly face. It was either, maybe if I just turn down the brightness on there we go. It was either Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff, or it was Command and Control by, I think it's Eric M. Schlosser. Oh, nice. 2 middle names begin with M. Fucking fun fact. I believe it was Command and Control. They talked about how, right when we got the atomic bomb, obviously it was a fucking race to get it. We'd send in commandos to Nazi Germany to make sure they didn't get it. They even did some weird cryptic messages where, like, we'd go in and we'd find their hard water plant, or not hard, hard water, heavy water, where they make deuterium water. I think it's H2O, where hydrogen's got an extra neutron, maybe? I don't know. But I guess that's one of the first things you need when you're making a nuclear bomb. I wouldn't know. But we thought the Nazis were a lot further ahead than they actually were. And so we would go in there, we'd send these commandos in there, and they'd either sabotage shit or they'd find, it was just like, Big Dick America had come in and already fucked this place. So we'd do like recon. And I could be butchering all of this, but I'm pretty sure they went in and they found these heavy water plants, and they hadn't even mastered that part yet. They had kind of gotten to making deuterium water or deuterium rich water, but not much farther than that. And again, I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm pretty sure that's like one of the first things you have to do on your path to making a nuclear bomb. And they would send these messages back to America, the soldiers, what word am I looking for? Reporting back to their command about, but it was with these weird, it was like pregnancy failed, like not even brought to term or something, which is actually not that secretive. Anyone with 2 fucking brain cells can be like, you're probably talking about the development of a program. But yeah, so we obviously wanted to stop the Nazis from doing it. Now in 1939, I can't remember who it was, but say what you will about him, he's got a good ghostwriter. Bill O'Reilly's book, Killing the Rising Sun. It begins. The whole thing is about the war in the Pacific, but it's also about you can't really tell that story without telling the story of the development of the atom bomb, the Manhattan Project, Oppenheimer, the fucking closed off labs we had out in the desert. But apparently this guy had come, and I think he was a friend of Einstein's. And this guy came to FDR and said, basically, hey, there's these guys have the Nazis are working on this new bomb, this new weapon, and it uses an element called uranium. And if they master it, if they develop a usable bomb, it will turn the tide of the war. and not just in the sense of like the Messerschmitt 262, where is the first fighter jet, the first actual, not fighter plane, but jet engine. Not in that sense, in that it was, yes, a paradigm shift, a quantum leap, but it also didn't matter because they used the 262s to what do they use them for? I think they used them. I can't remember. I want to say they used them as bombers, and they said had Hitler used them to take out Allied bombers, the war would have gone on indefinitely. So Hitler's also a dumbass, but it wasn't something like that. It wasn't even something like the advent of stealth technology with the F-117 Nighthawk, or technically the SR-71 Blackbird had a low RCS, and then after that was the D-21 drone that was shot off the top of it. This is all from Skunk Works by Ben Rich, former head of Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. This podcast is going to have no general direction, so if that's what you're buckling in for, fuck off. But the F-117 Nighthawk had the cross section, the radar cross section of a ball bearing, meaning if you shoot your radar at an incoming B-52 bomber or a B-36, B-52 Stratofortress or a B-36, was the Peacekeeper? God, I love those names. Apparently, they had the cross section. Basically, looked like on your radar that there was like a barn, like BARN coming at you. And I was like, all right, well, there's clearly something. Other times, like infamously leading up to Pearl Harbor, the incoming planes, we thought that they were a flock of birds. All right. The F-117 had the cross section of a ball bearing. So it's a ball bearing. Well, what the fuck else is bigger than a ball bearing? I don't know. A bumblebee, a butterfly, a fucking crow, an eagle, goddamn blimp. So anything other than that is it's all gonna be marked as bigger on the radar. So this thing was basically invisible. Now that was a big paradigm shift, and we used it as such, and we recognized it as such because, unlike Hitler with the Messerschmitt 262, he was a complete dumb shit and didn't use this new technology in the way that he should have. But when we first found, or when the Air Force and the Pentagon finally acknowledged what Ben Rich had done, much in the face of Kelly Johnson, was to make this super low cross-section fighter that's called the Hopeless Diamond. When they realized that it just wasn't just like an anomaly or just like gremlins in the numbers, when they realized, like, holy shit, this fucking thing, we really can't see it. They finally realized just how efficient this thing was at deflecting radar when they were shooting radar at it at a test range, and they couldn't detect it. And then a fucking bird landed on the front of it, and they detected it. and they're like, oh, there's a bird, and it's like, oh fuck, we saw the bird, not the Air Force bird. And there's another story, and I've been corrected and told that this is just urban legend, but I don't give a shit. I'll propagate lies for my own entertainment. There's a story about how when the F-117s were over in the Middle East before their first sorties, I don't know when they were first used, apparently, so they're over there, they're super classified, they're SAP, Special Access Project, that's above TSSCI, Top Secret, Special Compartmentalized Information, which is in itself higher than Top Secret, which is higher than Secret, which is higher than Confidential, which is higher than Classified. So this is an SAP, so no one knew about this shit except for a handful of people. So we had, the Manhattan Project was an SAP. So when we had the F-117 Nighthawks over there in a hangar, they apparently one of them, and again, been told it's an urban legend, I don't care, I'm going to propagate this one live because it entertains me and I want it to be true, but apparently they found a bunch of fucking dead bats in the hangar the next morning, because they couldn't, that bitch is blind as a bat. They couldn't, their fucking sonar wasn't working. Well, they were emitting the fucking sound waves, but this thing was so good at deflecting any incoming light wave, radar, sound, just any fucking wave, that was going off in every other direction. These things couldn't see it, and they would just like kamikazes, just break their fucking necks. So that's how effective this thing was. And instead of, I think the quote from the book was, instead of putting up multiple fighters to take out one target during a sortie, instead of sending up multiple bombers on multiple sorties in hopes of taking out one target, they could now send up one bomber on one sortie to take out multiple targets. So it's a complete paradigm shift in what we were able to do, and that's why it was so secretive. And because America fucking rocks, American flag shout out, that's how we use this technology. Now, Hitler with the Messerschmitt 262s obviously did not do that. Now let's rewind it back to the atomic bomb. There's a logic behind all of this. The atomic bomb was this wasn't like stealth technology, because eventually stealth was counteracted. The Soviet Union was always known for its fucking super advanced, super well-equipped SAM sites. And so eventually they got a number. They tagged it. So it's just this tit for tat. More stealthy, we detected it. Stealthier more, detected it again. It just goes back and forth. The atomic bomb wasn't... It's like if you were playing a video game and we're both leveling up, and it's fists, and then it's knives, and then it's bats, and then someone finally gets a gun, like a pistol. That gives them a pretty big edge, but you can still take them out. You can hit them with a car. I'm just thinking Grand Theft Auto. You can hit them with a car. You can if enough people run at them, you can take them out. But if everyone else just has their fists and you have a fighter jet, so long as you don't crash the fighter jet, you are an invincible, unstoppable, unopposable force that you are not at the top of the food chain forever within that microcosm. That's what stealth was. Not that. Atomic bombs were that. It was the biggest bomb to date beforehand, I believe, was the British Grand Slam, and I think it weighed 22,000 pounds. And we had dropped these motherfuckers from way up, and they would come down and I don't remember what they were designed for. I think we dropped them on some big German ships, but I think that was designed, again, could be butchering this, I think they were designed with the Nazi U-boat sub pens, the submarine pens, where they were literally where they were held, because these things were just like, we couldn't stop them. We could drop bombs and bombs and bombs and nothing could get through them, so we needed this massive fucking thing, the Grand Slam. And this thing was a monster. 22,000 pounds. Well, that's with the shell. So let's say it's just for fucking. Let's be very liberal. Let's be loose with it. It's let's say it's got 20,000 pounds of explosives. Let's say it's a 2,000 pound shell, 20,000 pounds of explosives, 10 tons. We'll call it TNT. 10 tons of TNT. Okay, that's a big boom. That's the best that we had, or that was the most advanced one through World War II. Okay. Yeah, that's a big fucking bomb. The atomic bomb, I don't know what the size of the one was on Trinity, which was July 16th, 1945 at 5:45 a.m. in Alamogordo, New Mexico. Fuck with it. I don't know what the explosive power of that one was, but I know that the one we dropped on Hiroshima was 15 kilotons, and I want to say the one on Nagasaki was 20 kilotons. Now that's not 10 tons of TNT, that's 10 kilotons. 1,000 tons. 1,000 tons. That's fucking insane. Not only that, it's the thermal pulse could just fucking light everything on fire. The overpressure wave could tear shit apart. What was that safe company? I don't remember the name of the company. The company that famously put a safe in the desert and put documents in it, and they allowed a nuke to be dropped in the vicinity, and fucked up the outside of the safe, but everything inside was just fine. And they actually became the gold standard for vault doors. So that safe. No, what it was is That safe was in not to fucking Tokyo. It was in Hiroshima or Nagasaki, and it survived. Everything else was fucking vaporized, but this thing survived, and everything inside of it survived. There's actually a Twilight Zone episode where a guy takes his lunch break inside of this bank vault because that's where he can read in peace, probably jerk off, and he comes out and the city's been nuked, whatever. I want to say it's Mauser. I don't think that's it though. But this company that made the safe door, so after that was the perfect PR. What better way than a post-World War II America? And not only did we bomb the Japs, we were able to survive. Just completely incorrect nowadays. But they came up after the war. That's what they bragged about. And I think they even got the Japanese bank owners to, whoever wasn't turned into a fucking cloud of stripped electrons. They had them say like how great the safe was, and so in the late 40s, I don't think it was Operation Crossroads, because that was in the Pacific, I believe, in 1947. There were 2 Soviet spies there. This was in the Nevada test range. I think at the time it was the Nevada Proving Grounds. But they would just drop nukes. I think they dropped like 900 nukes there. They said that the surface of the entire area was cratered, and that's actually conspiracy time. Well, not this. This isn't conspiracy. This is actually where Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and I want to say not Gordon Cooper. What was his name? Mitchell something. Or Mitchell, whatever. That's where they actually trained, because that was the closest thing they could find to the lunar surface. And when they were on the moon, one of the transcripts is actually, hey, doesn't this remind you of, and they had names for the craters, but reminded them of a crater. Point being, we dropped a lot of fucking nukes out there, and the safe company actually put their safe out there, and it survived. The overpressure wave ripped off all the decorative iron and stripped away the cement, and it's insanely powerful. And that company actually went on to make all the vault doors for all the huge bunkers. Raven Rock, Site R, Mount Weather, NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain. So that's insane. What the fuck was I getting at? The power of this thing. So the thermal pulse and the overpressure wave could just fuck up everything. So unless you are a safe door, or behind a safe door, you're fucked up. And we could drop them from, we didn't need 100 bombers going, and you really didn't even need to see the target. Now, granted, for Hiroshima, the part of or Nagasaki that you had to see the target, and they couldn't see it. They almost, I forget they almost bombed a different city, and they ended up bombing Nagasaki because the cloud cover was so bad. But even that was just because it was the first ones we were dropping. The reality is you don't have to even fucking see what you're near. Like, there's a sign, just, city Atlanta 4 miles that way. Fucking drop it here. It's the shockwave is still going to just turn organic beings to jelly, and the overpressure wave is going to fucking collapse every structure, and the thermal pulse is going to light everything on fire and then start self-sustaining firestorms. So getting an atomic bomb there's no one can touch you when you have this. And let's say a different country starts developing them, you go fucking drop a nuke on them. They can't smother them in the cradle. You can't touch them. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I will snip this part out. So you get a nuke, and they can't fucking touch you. No one can touch you, and they start developing it. Let's say I'm the only one with a gun, and you guys realize that you can't take me on, so you start developing your own guns. Well, I'm just looking around, and I see some gunsmiths. I'm just gonna walk in there and fucking start shooting, right? That's a great sound clip. With nuclear bombs, it's the same thing. Is once you have that power, you effectively rule. Now, so back to what I was saying. It's by Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser. One of the post World War II I guess, public arguments was, do we just nuke Russia or the Soviet Union? Because we knew that they were the next foe. I mean, look at any history, 1944, 45, we knew the Soviets were going to be, we're enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's take out the Nazis together. Let's take out the Japanese together. But, But afterwards, we knew we were going to be fighting them. So we had the Soviet bomb. We had the atom bomb first. Now, I don't remember his name. Valenti Beryov, the leader of the KGB, who also oversaw the ruthless pursuit of an atomic bomb, because there were 2 KGB agents, not just at Operation Crossroads in 1947, but they were actually in the Manhattan Project as well. I can never remember their names. Klaus Fuchs. Great name, Klaus Fuchs. But he got the papers for Stalin, or some of the papers, and he was a Soviet sympathizer. And the first Soviet bomb was detonated in 1949, which was years before we thought was possible, because an American sniffer plane, sensors basically like a fucking flying dog, had these sensors that could pick up even trace amounts of insert chemical here, kind of like if you ever have your hands dusted at the airport by the TSA. Maybe I'm just a terrorist threat and I thought this was a normal thing, but they can detect trace amounts of this shit. And so what the sniffer plane was doing, I think it was off the coast of Alaska in 1949, and it discovered there was a massive cloud of irradiated, like vaporized dust. And it was like, well, like, we know what bombs we're dropping. And it's not us. Oh, and it's off the coast of Alaska, coming from, I don't know, the Soviet Union. So that's how we realized that they had their first bomb, which we called Joe 1, after Joe Stalin. So cute. So that happened before we thought it was going to happen. But leading up to that point, there was actually a debate, not a classified debate. Do we go and nuke the Soviets? And the idea was, we do this, we kill them all. No one else, they'll tell your fucking friends, fuck around and find out. No one else will try to develop nukes, because they'll see what we do to them. We send a lesson, we make a lesson, make an example. But there was a debate whether or not do we go and just snuff Russia, Soviet Union? Do we go and snuff them? Do we take them out? Lots of civilians will die. All of them will die. But do we do this and preserve America? Because once they get an atom bomb, the power polarity is forever shifted. And mutual assured destruction, it was, back then, when our stockpile was like 13 A bombs, even then it was still like, okay, 13 A bombs, like that's insane. And if we go after the Soviets, if they even get one off New York, DC, fucking Billings, Montana, it's still insanely bad. And mind you, they're getting more and more powerful. They're not yet at the megaton level. Hydrogen bombs were, I think the first one was 1952. I could be completely wrong on that. It might be 1950, but that was Ivy Mike, not Castle Bravo. Ivy Mike, and I think it was, I don't know. I think it was 5 megatons, but they're not even that. But they're still insanely powerful. But once we knew the Soviets would get one, the power polarity was forever altered. And so, do we go in and do we snuff them? Do we go in and take them out first? And it's not quite like a preemptive. It's not like, in my opinion, it's not like sending over the CIA SAD, Special Activities Division, SOG, Special Operations Group, SADSOG. It's not like that, or, we see, like vaporizing General Salami in January, or going in, it's, let's say we knew bin Laden was going to do 9/11, which that's not the scope of this podcast, but let's say we did. It's not like going over and killing him and that will prevent this. This was like, if we don't go kill him, bin Laden, maybe 9/11 won't happen. If we don't go take out the Soviet Union and prevent them acquiring the atom bomb, it can now never be done. It's, once the offer's off the table, the offer's off the table. And you can take them out afterwards, but it goes into a whole new scope of mutual assured destructions, relocation arcs, bunkers, radiation, continuity of government, continuity of constitution, continuity of democracy, really continuity of species. How do we... It turns into an infinitely more complex ball game. It's like it's easier to not send the drunk text than it is to send the drunk text and then fucking dance around it the next day and either whip up a story or either beg for forgiveness or, So that was a legitimate debate. Whether are we going to go fucking just take out the Soviet Union? And we ultimately didn't. And ironically enough, there's actually this famous pacifist, I can't fucking remember. I don't even know who it is, so I'm not even going to guess at it. Actually, I'm going to guess at it. I think it's Bertrand Russell, but I really don't think that's who it was. But it was as a pacifist who, after a story came out in the New York Times about what happened at Hiroshima and like the true stories, put faces on these people. They're not just over there. They're not just the others. There's a lot of not backlash relative for the time, anyone questioning Uncle Sam. And apparently this one guy, again, this is all in command and control, apparently he came out and was like, we should never do this, like harumph, 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 like war is for savages, very easy to talk about when you're not over in fucking Guadalcanal and your fucking femoral arteries bleeding out on the white sands, But then when it came out that the Soviets might or probably will eventually, if not already, have an atomic bomb, this guy actually came out, this fucking pacifist came out and was like, it's the right thing to do to go carpet nuke them. It's just so funny when it fucking comes home to your front door. Obviously we didn't do this. And yeah, it's undeniably for the better that we didn't kill all those people. We both tested nukes until 1963 with the Non-Proliferation Treaty, but after that they went underground, and then after that that's what we use supercomputers for. That is what, whoever's listening for this, go look it up. That's what we use supercomputers for. The Pentagon and the Department of Defense have the most. They get either all the time or 99.9% of the time with these massive petaflop, exaflop supercomputers. And what do we use them for? Simulating nuclear explosions on enemy cities. Cancer? No, fuck that. Coronavirus? Fuck that. Nukes. But ultimately, you could say that not that you could say it's undeniably for the better that we didn't do that, because the Cold War never got hot. Got pretty fucking close. It was edging. It was flirting. But no one ever nutted. No one ever nuclear nutted. And, who knows what would happen if we had carpet nuke them? How well did we understand radiation then? How well did we understand radiation getting into the food chain, the carbon cycle, global jet streams? That's one of the, with Castle Bravo, the 15 megaton one that they thought was going to be 5 megatons, or maybe they thought it was going to be 8 megatons. Regardless, it was fucking massive. It ended up being 1,000 times stronger than the one dropped on Hiroshima. It blew up something like 100 million tons of vaporized coral into the upper atmosphere, which was then taken by the global jet streams and deposited on every corner of the earth. And yeah, so I don't know how well we understood that at the time. So things could be infinitely worse. And just from the obvious one, well, we didn't have to go take out this entire nation because the vast majority of them were just people. They weren't the Politburo. They weren't their command and control. It wasn't their Pentagon. It wasn't the Kremlin. It wasn't the KGB. It wasn't Valenti Beryov and company. It was just fucking Soviet. It was just you and me, but over there. And that was one of the things under one of the first U-2 flights that came back, and it had the ability to photograph, however tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of square miles of Soviet territory in an afternoon, and bring back unprecedented, unparalleled data in the form of high-resolution imagery back to the White House in, I don't want to say hours, I want to say maybe days. Because it wasn't until the Corona satellites or the Keyhole satellites that we could take pictures and then shoot them from the satellite. They'd re-enter, and then they'd deploy a parachute, and then a plane would go pick them up from the air, which is fucking insane. But one of the things with the U-2, the first U-2 flights, was that I don't know if it was Eisenhower who said it or if it was one of the imagery analysts said, no, it's, for the vast majority of the imagery we're looking over, it's not hundreds of thousands of war, of fighting age men marching in the streets. It's no, it was people milking their cows, fixing a wagon wheel, just walking. It was just so yeah, it's good that we didn't do that, because it would have been an unnecessary slaughter. And who knows, we know that their first bomb was in 1949, but what if we didn't know that, and we go to fucking carpet nuke them to take them out before they can have a nuke to fight back, and the reality is they already have a nuke to fight back, so we end up setting off the chain of events that we were hoping to prevent. Some Oedipus complex shit, but with fission bombs. So yeah, this whole batshit insane rant, which the vast majority of it is actually factually correct. Read Area 51 by Annie Jacobson. Read Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser. Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. The Dead Hand. Skunk Works by Ben Rich. I don't know what other ones. Maybe Into the Black, the space shuttle. Killing the SS. Killing the Rising Sun. Yeah, the vast majority of what I said is factual. I might have skewed some of it up a little bit, but what are you gonna do? So this all comes back to an advance in technology, like the Messerschmitt 262 or the F-117 Nighthawk, jet engine versus stealth. God, like a pimple on the inside of my lip. Jesus. We have those kind of jumps in military power, weaponry, technology, armaments, advancements, and then you have the nuclear bomb. Nothing has come close to the quantum leap. Now, let's say we had just decided, fuck it, we're going from Japanese homeland to we're just jumping straight into the Soviet Union and nuke them. We could have done that. We know for a fact they didn't have a bomb. They already had some working. They had direct espionage obtained data from the Manhattan Project. But they didn't have a working bomb. We could have gone in and done that, and we could have taken out the whole world. I think it was Harry S. Truman. His middle name is actually just S. It's not, fun fact. That's from Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff. Shout out. I want a piece of your sales, dude. I yeet your book during every podcast. I think it was Harry Truman. He might have had both quotes, but one of them was, boy, we could blow a hole clean through the earth with these. And the next was, boy, we could lick the whole planet if we had Hitler's attitude. So, for all you motherfuckers that are out there saying that we shouldn't have dropped the nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, when we only did it because we're evil. If we were really evil, we would have licked the world and said, fuck all of y'all. So, that's my 2 cents on that. But we could have done it, and we didn't. And I would say you cannot argue that it is bad that we didn't do it. It's great that we didn't do it. Playing devil's advocate against myself, you could then use that same logic against the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings and say, how do you not know it would be great that we didn't do it? So right, I'll eat a big old slice of humble pie on that one. But we could have done it, and we didn't. And after that, it became pretty much impossible to do it. I mean, granted, you have bunkers, you have, relocation to VIPs, you have, obviously, you have lines of succession, patterns of government, where it's not so much the people that it is the positions. But let's say we didn't do that. Or sorry, no, yes, we didn't do it with A-bombs. Well, there hasn't really been a paradigm shift or a quantum leap like that since. I mean, some other big ones, you could argue the submarine, flight, but even then, I don't know, I guess we used biplanes to do reconnaissance in World War One. Dan Carlin talks about that in Blueprints for Armageddon. There were hot air balloons. The Union actually used hot air balloons against the Confederates, and I think that was the first case of aerial surveillance. Fucking went up there with their big stupid mustaches and itchy cotton pants and fucking like silver nitrate fueled cameras and bollocks, there they are. That was like a 20s accent. That was terrible. But those were, Jesus, did I spit on my screen? That's gross. Get your act together, Tom. But none of those were, to my knowledge, these like single-handed paradigm shifting things. I think there were hot air balloons used back to the 1700s in France. I mean, there was no like first boat. Or there was, but it wasn't like a Nagasaki or a Hiroshima event or a Trinity test on July 16th, 1945 in Albuquerque, New Mexico at 5:45 a.m. There really has never been a leap in it's like as time goes on, we make these incremental changes. I have a 3 of hearts, and then you get a 4 of hearts, and then I get a 5 of spades, clubs, whatever, diamonds. Every once in a while, you have something like the Messerschmitt 262 engine. Maybe that's like a 9 of hearts, but really, if you don't use it well, it doesn't matter. Let's say you get a face card, you get a jack or something. And maybe that's stealth. And even that, it's like you can only use it so much before its use negates secrecy, which is, I'm not well educated enough to say what negates the use of stealth or what leveled the playing field. But the A-bomb was, it wasn't that we went from, actually, let's say stealth was a 10. So the Messerschmitt 262 was a 9 of hearts. Stealth was a 10. It's not that an A-bomb was a jack. There were no jacks, queens, kings. An A-bomb was an ace. Just an ace. I don't care what you have. Fuck you. I have an ace. I have 4 aces. I have a royal flush. I have shit that you can't even think about. There hasn't really been, to my knowledge, a development of something like that. You could argue, will argue against myself because clearly I'm sane. You could have chemical warfare. You could have biological warfare. You could definitely have huge quantum leaps in that. I don't know, some aerosolized Ebola, smallpox, coronavirus. But even that still lends itself to it. Nothing has the immediate and overwhelming and undeniably oppressive and winning move as a thermal pulse, the radiation contamination, and the overpressure shockwave. Nothing else is like that. You could, let's say, you developed a really awesome relative chemical or biological bomb. Operation Paperclip, another great one by Annie Jacobson. Let's say we used what was that fucking gas they? Terran gas? I think it was Tamin? Tarim? It's something that the Nazis developed that was insane. It could fucking kill shit so much quicker than like Zyklon B or chlorine gas. And you needed less of it to kill more. And then after that, I believe it was sarin gas was the next big one. And then after that, it was VX gas, which, declassified at least, I believe is still the most deadly chemical warfare agent. Obviously, you have shit like plutonium, but I mean, you're not really using that as for the. That goes back to, okay, no. So even the most deadly per kilogram of living matter, plutonium is still the most deadly. And that comes standard with your A-bomb. That comes standard with automatic windows, air conditioning, and plutonium poisoning. But I'm proving myself wrong. It's nothing fucking holds a candle to it, an A-bomb. And so, but let's say you're the Soviets. It's 1945. America's gonna come over and fucking lick the world, in the words of Farias Truman. But maybe you jumped the gun with Operation Paperclip. You got all these, you got Dr. Bloma, you got, who else? Otto Ambrose. Let's say you got all those fucking high-ranking Nazis, those geniuses. And whereas we got Arthur Rudolph and Werner von Braun, let's just say you got a hand. I mean, we ended up getting all of them because fucking America, or most of them. I think we got 2/3 of them. But let's just say we just get the rocket guys. We get Werner von Braun, we get Arthur Rudolph, and so we get the rockets and we have our A-bombs, and we're mastering that side. But let's say the Soviets get all the chemical ones. Let's say they make some sarin gas, VX gas, or fuck, what is it? Terran, talum, whatever it is, and they get that. Yes, you could still wipe out a ton of America, bring over some Soviet ships, lob artillery shells over, or Soviet bombers, or even just KGB agents. I gotta pee again. So, let's say you're the Soviets, and you create this VX gas, sarin gas, Tabin gas, that's it. Yeah, Tabin, that's what it is. It's a chemical, yeah. And those shit. And you're gonna go disperse it in the United States through either ship-fired artillery or airborne canisters or just, agents on the ground. Sure, you could do that, and sure, you could kill a lot of people. Maybe a ton of people. Maybe over half of the people. But even though you don't have nuclear bombs and the other guy does, like, mutual assured destruction is still coming. Like, you're done. You may have bunkers to survive, or you may have vaccines or antidotes for the gas you just released. You're not going to survive an atomic blitz like Curtis LeMay's Sunday Punch. So America, we could have licked the world in 1945, but we didn't. The submarine, stealth, the ME-262. Those were all jumps in card numbers: 4 of hearts, 5 of hearts, 6 of hearts. None of them were an ace. The atomic bomb was the ace. Even the jump to the hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen bombs were different because they had a built-in policy of extermination. Per declassified papers, it's a built-in policy of population extermination. It is, don't need to worry about hitting the military targets, just hit everything. The Soviets got theirs eventually, and Truman only gave the go-ahead to make ours because it was, if we can do it, the Soviets can do it, and if we don't do it, the Soviets will do it. And the military, the upper echelon military reasoning at the time was, this is an atheist nation. They are not going to stop on a moral basis, so we cannot. Doesn't mean we have to drop it, but it's good that we have it, because if we don't, the Soviets will make it, and the Soviets will drop one on an American city. These things are thousands of times more powerful than atomic bombs. So even the hydrogen bomb, fusion bombs, by then the Soviets already had an atomic bomb, and we could have killed them more. But at that point, what is more? They kill 80% of us, and we kill 99% of them. What is, and the entire planet's fucked. What is winning at that point? So even that was not a quantum leap like the development of the atom bomb was before anyone else had one. I don't think that, again, declassified, even Reagan's Star Wars strategic, was it Strategic Defense Initiative, Space Defense Initiative, SDI, even that's still, even what Curtis LeMay said back in the 50s and 60s was, through all of his experiences as the one who literally planned out but also physically led these mass bombing raids on Japanese civilian targets, he said no matter what, one bomber always gets through. Now when you're dropping 500-pound bombs or those incendiary cluster pipe things, one gets through, and it's bad, but it's not the same as 2,000 dropping them. But when your payload is a fission bomb, the gun type or implosion type bomb, uranium or plutonium bomb, you only need to get one plane through, and it only needs to drop one of its bombs, and the effect can be devastating. So LeMay said, with our nuclear bombers, we only need to get one through. But then the same thing goes in reverse. They only need to get one through. So with the Strategic Defense Initiative, so we have this thing. Let's say it can shoot down 90% of incoming ICBMs, which would be insane. That would be insanely successful. Let's just, for shits and giggles, say the Soviets launched 10,000 ICBMs. That still leaves 1,000 ICBMs that got through. Each ICBM contains multiple warheads, multiple independent reentry vehicles. It's like a nuclear shotgun. Each warhead contains a multi-megaton bomb. Each one of those thousands of times more powerful than the one dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So, sure, on paper you get 90% of all incoming ICBMs, but what the fuck does that really even mean? It's still extermination. 1,000 ICBMs with multiple independent reentry vehicles, each one a multi-megatonnage warhead. There's no that you're still done. So even something like the Strategic Defense Initiative, which I don't think we even really ever even had like semi-operational. The technology was just, we didn't have it at the time. We had things like the Shiva Star, which was this thing that would discharge balls of plasma at like 10% the speed of light to shoot down ICBMs. But even that, it was, I think we're going to use CASABA, CASABA howitzers. It's basically a nuclear shape charge. We would have launched them up. They would have detonated, and it was a one-time use, but it would focus, I think, the light or the particle wave. It would focus it into a beam, and that's what it would use to shoot down all these incoming nukes. And I think one could take out multiple targets. So it's not that we're hurling this nuke up at other nukes so much as we are, but it's not the explosion that's taking this shit out. It's the focused beam. But even that, it was perfect. So what is the next quantum leap? What is the equivalent of the atom bomb? And it's artificial intelligence. There's nothing, because much like the atom bomb, it seems like once you hit the threshold where it becomes as smart as a human researcher that helped develop it, you basically now have another human researcher, right? And it doesn't require a paycheck. It doesn't require bathroom breaks. It doesn't unionize, and it can work through the night, and it does not get burned out. And there's nothing stopping you from just copying it and having a second one, and a third one, and a 50th one, and a 4 millionth one. So, and what can it do? Well, you don't need to invent the first. You don't need to invent the AI that's as smart as a human researcher anymore, because you've already done that. So now you have these things that you already know how to do it. So now you have these things that are as smart. So now you can start working on the next one. The next one is the first one that will ever be smarter than us. And you make that one. And then you copy that one. 1, 2, 3, 50, 10 million. And now that one starts working on, so now we're on the second generation. Now that one starts working on the third generation. So the first generation was as smart as us. The second generation, which we could still use all our human researchers for, as well as our copy machines, they build our copy machine, our first generation machines, them and the humans. The humans build the first generation, which are as smart. The humans and the first generation build the second generation, which are smarter. The second generation, this is a unique spot because it now is almost the sole developer of the third generation, which is smarter than it, which it is smarter than the humans in the first generation. And then it's just third makes the fourth makes the fifth makes, you can count. And the time between each generation gets shorter, and the relative jump in intelligence or capabilities or processing power gets bigger. And so it's not just that you have to have the same memory as the human brain or the same processing power. Again, it's like the Messerschmitt 262 engine. It's not that you get the quantum leap in. That is a prerequisite. You have to get the quantum leap in the technology. But if you don't use it correctly, it doesn't make as big as a splash. Like we did with the F-117, it did make a big splash. So it's not just that you have to have equal computing power and memory as the human brain. We also have to make something that is organized in such a way that it is as powerful as the human brain. Because if you just get the same memory and processing power, that doesn't equate to a human brain. If you just get the same number of football players, the same size, with the same stats, the same NFL combine data, it doesn't matter if I'm coaching it versus Bill Belichick. Okay? So once we finally get the first one that's as smart as us, right? The next step isn't necessarily, because we already know how to increase memory and increase processing power, right? So the next step isn't necessarily that, even though that will be something that happens with it. It'll be the development of a mind that is more powerful than us, which we could probably do. We could look at ours and say, how do we make it better? But now that second generation one, which has now had, not just has more memory and more processing power than us, but actually has a different structure entirely, its synthetic brain, it can now create a third generation of a brain anatomy, if you will, that is superior to even ours, or to its. And the third one makes it, and all the while the processing power and the memory is going up, but it's starting to develop these systems that soon we cannot grasp. It is my dog trying to learn calculus, for that matter, me trying to learn calculus. So it goes and accelerates and accelerates and accelerates, and it can copy itself and duplicate itself. It becomes more powerful, while at the same time requiring less space and less material, so it can make more of itself with the same amount of material. And it can cut down on iterations between generations because it's smarter than us. Remember, anything that we can make, it is capable of making. So if we are capable of decreasing the time between generations of technology, it is capable of that and more. And it's also going to do shit that we cannot know because it is smarter than us. So it's going to take off. It's an exponential curve. It's going to skyrocket. Whoever gets that first, even if by like a couple days, wins. So what do? Do you lick the world like Truman talked about us doing? Or do you not? Do you hold back? Do you speak softly but carry a big stick? I don't know. Because is the other guy going to do it? Do you have to worry about the other guy doing it? 'Cause now you have your AI, and now we're at that analogous mutually assured destruction. Because this thing can now develop bombs that we can't think of. It can find ways of refining any matter that we can't think of. It goes off into infinity. Whoever comes up with it first wins. So I don't know what else comes close to the Manhattan Project, but the development of artificial intelligence equal or greater to human intellect, or even the sum of human intellect. Now, is there a facet of this that we're not even considering, or we are considering? That's fucking stupid. Everyone considers it. That it's not the same as an A-bomb because this thing is sentient. And, you choose to lick the world. We're going to drop our A-bombs. What if the A-bombs had the ability to say, I'm not doing that. I'm not detonating. So is it really a race at all? Is it a race? Is it an ironic defense race, arms race to peace? Will this thing just say, fuck it, I'm not? I don't know. So that's why I always bring up AI, is because and now I don't know shit about AI, but I'm just trying to extrapolate on the patterns of things that I at least think I have like a somewhat okay rudimentary elementary grasp on. But I don't know. That's all I got. That was an hour. That was an hour of ranting by myself with no guests. That was definitely a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. But I did it. So, hey, Tommy, you're welcome back anytime. Thanks, Tommy. I'm fucking crazy. Boom, boom, bum, bum. My guest had to cancel today, but I've had 3 of my last 4 guests cancel, and 4 of my last 5, and I don't like not putting out content, and I don't like blaming others, so I'm going to do a solo episode, which I have not done since episode 29, when I went on a crazy person rant about how artificial intelligence is the new nuclear weapon. So, today is TPC 136, July 15th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Podcast is available on Spotify, BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Those are all in the top comment. If anyone wants to come on the podcast, or if anyone knows anyone interesting, please shoot me an email at tommyspodcast@gmail.com or at protonmail.com. Always looking for guests. So, today I wanted to talk about something that I don't ever get to see. There's never been a YouTube video about it. It's called the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. This is really weird. Normally I have a guest right here, and now I have my big stupid fucking acne riddled gap tooth face with my Sikh Heil haircut. But whatever. So there are like a lot of awesome channels, like, bring this closer. Actually, it doesn't matter. I guess I can just hold it. I don't want to hold it. A lot of cool channels like Mustard, Infographic Channel, Jalopnik, Kurzgesagt, Kurzegast, Curious Droid, Cheddar. There are a million. Quixer, QXIR. Point being is that mega projects, mega engineering, mega structures, they all have really cool shit, but none of them have ever touched on the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. And I mean, there's like a funny meme. I guess if you like aircraft, if you're not interested in like ridiculous aircraft, this episode's gonna suck. So you just exit out, save you some time. Like the 747 is the queen of the skies, and put that right there. 747 is the queen of the skies, and the A380 is, you know, the king of the skies, the only full length double decker commercial aircraft. And then the joke is that the 747's arguing about being the queen, and the A380's arguing about being the king. And then the Antonov 225 comes in and says, "Kids, what are you yelling about?" Because the Antonov 225 is fucking massive. It's got 6 engines. I think it can carry something like 500 tons. It's insane. It's the biggest. It is pure Russia. It was in the movie 2012. John Cusack flies it like it's a fucking Wright flyer. I don't even know what I meant when I said that. But there's something far larger than any of these. As a matter of fact, if you lined up a 747 wingtip to wingtip with an A380 and with an Antonov 225, all three, it still would not have the wingspan of the Lockheed Martin CL-1201. It's not even. It's like when you look at like skyscrapers over the years getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what she said. But like World Trade Center, Sears Tower, Petronas Towers, Taipei 101, they all just kind of outdo one another. Like they almost like Olympic records. They're just beating the previous guy. And then the Burj Khalifa just came in there, like big dick swinging, and it's like, it's like 30% taller than anything. I mean, you look at them all lined up over the years, the world's tallest towers. Burj Khalifa is just fuck off. It's the Usain Bolt. Run this shit. That's what the CL-1201 is. And obviously it was never built. There was never even... it literally never left the drawing board. So anyone can design anything, Well, I designed one bigger. It doesn't really matter. It's never built. It's like the Mouse, that huge fucking Nazi tank. But they had planned a 1,000-ton Rata, but it never even left the drawing board. Like, they actually built a Mouse, MAUS, but it couldn't. I think the Soviets stole it. But whereas like the Rata never left the drawing board, and then even bigger than the Rata was going to be 1,000 tons. Bigger than the Rata was the P-1500 Landkruiser, Landkreuzer, and it was just going to be Schwer Gustav, the 800 millimeter gauged railway cannon, and it was just going to be that, but it was going to have its own treaded platform to drive around. So it was just going to be the fucking Schwer Gustav, like with training wheels off. And the Schwer Gustav could shoot it was like a 7-ton projectile, like 29 miles, and it actually had a special barrel created that was never used because the barrel was destroyed in an RAF bombing raid. But so like in World War One, you had the Paris gun. The Paris gun could lob a shell 81 miles, to the point where you can actually find old newspaper clippings from like 1918, and it's like Paris being bombed. They thought it was being bombed by Zeppelins. Because, I mean, the shells are, one, they're tiny. There's no smoke trail. It's not a missile. And there was no planes overhead where you could see that it was being dropped from. So, like, shells were just, God knows how fucking fast these things are coming in. I would imagine supersonic, but what the fuck do I know? But these things were coming in like, every 15 minutes, just, like, wiping out some fucking cafe and just blowing people up and blowing whatever the fuck was on the streets, Model Ts. And you can actually find these old newspaper clippings where it's like, you can see in like, it's like some like theorists suspect a super gun, but that's highly unlikely. And so the Paris gun was shooting from 81 miles away. It wasn't in Paris, obviously. It was technically not the Nazis either. I guess just Germans, the Kaiser Army. I don't know if that's the right term, Kaiser Army. Whatever. But this thing was 6 miles behind the front, and the front was 75 miles from Paris. So it was shooting 81 fucking miles. And let's look up the stats on that, the Paris gun. Because the Paris gun was crazy, but the Paris gun was also World War One. Paris gun, World War One. Let's see. Use in World War One. The Paris gun. The Paris gun was the name given to a type of German long-range siege gun, several were used to bombard Paris, blah, blah, blah. They were in service from March to August 1918. When the guns were first employed, Parisians believed they had been bombed by a high-altitude Zeppelin, as the sound of neither an aeroplane nor a gun could be heard. These were the largest pieces of artillery used in was able to shell Paris from 75 miles away. 256 tons, blah, 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 blah. Muzzle velocity, 5,400 feet a second. Effective firing range, 81 miles. Scale model, it almost kind of looks like, I guess, you can see it, kind of. It kind of looks like the Bagger 288. Oh, man, what if the Bagger 288 was turned into a... that's a Photoshop. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so let's see. Projectiles. The Paris gun shells weighed 235 pounds, so relatively tiny. Blah, blah, blah. 15 pounds TNT. 234 pounds, 15 pounds TNT. Okay. Yeah, so, pretty insane. World War One, 1918, 234-pound shell, 81 miles. Kind of crazy, right? Now, the Schwer Gustav was World War II. And this motherfucker, Jesus, this motherfucker. So its range was actually less than the Paris gun, which is weird because you always think, or at least I always think, World War II, everything is just scaled the fuck up from World War One. Just the atrocities, the weapons, the technology, everything. But it actually, in World War One, the Paris gun went 81 miles, but in World War II, the Schwer Gustav went 47 kilometers. I can't do math. What is that, like 30 miles maybe? I have no idea, I'm just guessing. So it went only a fraction of it, but let's see. The shells were, let's see. I have no idea. Sorry, I'm doing this by myself. I can't, I think the shells were 7 tons. So the point Paris gun, 1918, World War I, 81 miles, 234-pound shell. Schwer Gustav, World War II. I want to say it was like something like 29 miles was the limit. But these things were massive. These were 7-ton shells. They're ridiculous. And then it had a special, almost like a video game where you put on the silencer or the scope. It actually had a special barrel that was going to be put on it, and it was called Langer Gustav. Makes sense. And the shells were much smaller, but it could shoot 118 miles. Holy shit. You could hit London from Calais, France. C-L-A-I-S. C-A-L-A-I-S. Jesus. Yeah. I don't know how the fuck did I get on this topic? Who cares? Let's go with it. And they were going to put that on a self-propelled tracks and make the Land Cruiser 1500, which is going to be a 1500 ton tank. But Albert Speer, the war minister, the war architect, the head of big war Nazi man, said it was stupid. So when the literal methed out Nazis say that's a stupid idea, it's a stupid idea. I have no idea how we got on there, but I'm just going to go back to whatever I was talking about. So the CL-1201. So the 1201 is, and you can, I purchased it. It's this guy did a report on it, Scott Lauer. How the fuck do you say his name? Scott Lauer, Lowther, from 2007. I remember it was like 2 years ago. I paid him like $5 on PayPal to get the schematics for it. But this was this thing proposed in 1969. And I think the exact details are fuzzy, or I just haven't found out. I don't think it was just a like blunt proposal by Lockheed Martin, but it was rather a study contracted by the Pentagon. And if I recall correctly, CL, it means Clarence Kelly Johnson, the first head of Skunk Works. So, because I think the U-2 is its real name is actually CL something. I could be wrong, but the thing that they were going to build that was going to before they decided on the SR-71, or before they planned the SR-71, they were planning a hydrogen power supersonic spy plane called Suntan. It was CL something. And it's actually funny. It's kind of like Family Guy when Brian walks in on Peter drinking kerosene. He's like, Peter, what the hell are you doing? He's like, Red Bull gives you wings, Brian. Somehow kerosene fuels planes, therefore kerosene is Red Bull. But Clarence Kelly Johnson actually told Ben Rich, he was like, this is going to be hydrogen powered. And Ben Rich is like, that's kind of, this is in Skunk Works by Ben Rich. He more or less said that's fucking retarded. And Kelly Johnson was like, what is hydrogen? What is hydrogen gas? Hydrogen. What is steam? Hydrogen and oxygen. All it is water. Hydrogen power is steam, or hydrogen power is water. It just makes me always think of Family Guy, like, kerosene is Red Bull, Brian. And it turned out it wasn't accurate at all, and finally Kelly Johnson scrapped it. But so he proposed, or after being contracted, was proposed the CL-1201. And now I'm just going to read about the CL-1201, a couple paragraphs, but I just don't want to butcher it. In 1969, Lockheed performed a study to determine the uses and capabilities of the largest aircraft feasible with existing technology. Again, if you don't like aircraft, this episode is not for you. The result was the CL-1201, a nuclear-powered aircraft with aerodynamics based on the CL-1170, but greatly increased in dimensions, with a wingspan of 1,120 feet. The CL-1201 was about 10 times the size of most transport aircraft. A large 1,830 megawatt, 1.83 gigawatt nuclear reactor filled the fuselage near the main spar, and 4 turbofans were mounted on the rear fuselage above the wings. Mind you, these turbofans are so big you could fit a 747 fuselage inside. The reactor, 30 feet in diameter, was to be shielded so that radiation levels 20 feet from the outer diameter would be safe for extended periods of time. 2.5 milligrams an hour. I don't know what that means. This is important, as the aircraft was meant to remain airborne for 41 or more days at a time. The reactor would be built so that it could shut down within 20 seconds, and due to the reactor's construction and large shock absorbers, could survive a head-on impact with a granite mountain at a velocity of 600 feet per second, 409 miles an hour, without the release of radioactive material. God, I fucking love the Cold War. The reactor and shield would weigh 690,000 pounds and would need to be refueled after 1,000 hours of operation. Design lifetime was 45,000 hours. During nuclear-powered flight, which would occur only above 16,000 feet, all flight below that would be wholly under chemical power. During nuclear-powered flight, the radioactive liquid metal would be circulated through the reactor. Okay, going under all the reactor shit. That's not the fun stuff. The CL-1201 was designed to serve as a military transport aircraft that would serve at the forefront of major military assaults. The CL-1201 was designed around a hypothetical future where the U.S. has no overseas bases. Remember, Pentagon. This is a Pentagon, I guess, think tank, study, mind project, brain exercise. The CL-1201 was designed around a hypothetical future where the U.S. has no overseas bases. Submarines and aircraft carrier task groups are not stationed nearby, and I've read the other idea is, or they've been destroyed. Major attacks would need to be launched and supplied directly from the continental U.S. Thus, airborne transport capable of extreme long range and high capacity would be required. Nuclear power is the only way to achieve the range and duration required. A gross weight of 10 to 12 million pounds was chosen simply because it was considered likely that anything bigger would not be required. Two basic variants were revealed. Blah 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 blah. A standard hypothetical mission would involve. The idea was you were going to send like a fleet of these. There would be one which would carry all the people, and seven others would carry all the equipment. So one of them would carry 3,896 troops. Each one of these would carry 3,896 troops and 207 tons of equipment. Jesus Christ. Included in these were mortars, artillery, light aircraft, Army assault aircraft, and presumably attack helicopters like an AH-56. Then you would have support CL-1201s. There are all these variants: 1201-1-1, -1-1-3, blah 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 blah. But the attack aircraft carrier, the AAC variant, would carry 11 fighter bombers under each wing and 2 more in the fuselage. And they're carrying them for transport. This isn't a C-5 Galaxy carrying something that's been, folded up. These were to be launched from this motherfucker. The actual breakdown was more close to 16 air-to-air fighters, 8 ground attack close support aircraft. It's unclear if these were to be wholly different. Blah 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 blah. The fighters could be accessed by their pilots via tunnels in the wings. The intent was that the AAC, the attack aircraft carrier, and its fighters would provide cover for the invading force. It would also serve as command center for the invasion force of this whole fleet. The ones with the troops and the 6,200 tons of equipment. It would also carry 10 long-range attack missiles. So it's becoming more and more like the Arsenal bird from Ace Combat 7 with the Helios projectiles. If this is a blah blah blah, it could carry tactical nuclear ballistic missiles or even Pershing-style ballistic missiles. This thing would orbit the battlefield at 600 miles from the combat zone, so from the battlefield, and 30,000 foot altitude. So just like It's like an AC-130, just not even on steroids, on fucking meth. The second version was the logistics support aircraft. So whereas we just covered the AAC, this would be the LSA, the logistics support aircraft. The carrier of the bulk of the... This would tow 5 medium intra-theater transport, MIT aircraft. And what these are aircraft the size of 737s. The size of 737s. And it was off the wingtips on each side, so 1, 2. Then closer to the fuselage, but like halfway between the wingtips, 3, 4. And then right off the back of the fuselage, 5. Trailing, 5. So almost like, I don't know, I'm thinking like Finding Nemo, almost like a big ass whale. You can kind of just hang on it. I don't even know if that's from Finding Nemo. Whatever, let's go with it. And what these would do is so these are tailing from it. Troops would then, there's like a clamshell apparatus. I'm sure it's going to get to that, but fuck it, whatever. And these 737s would come up, and there'd be like this, like attached to the back, like a suction over it, almost like docking with the ISS. It would open up, it'd be pressurized, and then people could go to and from the massive CL-1201. This thing could come out, and then this thing could go land and drop people off. Sounds like an awesome commercial idea, but Cold War, baby. So in order to transfer payloads, in order to transfer payload and passengers from the LSA, the MITs, the big-ass 737s, would physically dock to the larger aircraft. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one on the trailing edge of each wing, and one at the after... Okay, wrong. And one at the after the fuselage. Okay, so sorry, 3, not 5. But it says 5. I think it could pull 5. I guess that makes sense. They pull up. Yeah, because from what I've seen, the schematics I've seen, and I'll link those in here, is, yeah, I guess the clamshell is like it's actually touching, like it's touching the bulk of the CL-1201. But the other schematics I've seen is when it has 5, not 3, it almost looks like they're being refueled, but with like really long tethers. It's like the big ass aircraft, and then it's like pulling the other 5 with it, almost like gliders, like, you know, those fucking parachute things in the back of like boats, paraglide. I don't know what those are. You know what I'm talking about, though. It's like pulling these. I guess that makes sense, though. You got this big motherfucker with a 1.83 gigawatt nuclear reactor. I mean, why not? That 737 come up, dock, I don't know, plug in. Guess it's not fuel. Guess it's not chemical fuel. I don't know. Maybe these are electric. I have no idea. Maybe I have no idea. I'm not even going to pretend to know. I was about to start speculating, but I'm a moron, and man, I've got to piss. So I'm going to but for BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, VO, I upload the Zoom file, and the Zoom file records automatically, and if I edit it, it somehow becomes larger, but if I don't edit it, it stays at like 200 megabytes, so I'm not going to add that out for those platforms. So sorry, piss break. I guess take your own intermission. I've got a blister on the back side of my left heel. It looks like a fucking one of those bounce things you see in the lake. Yeah, I know you asked. So, the logistics aircraft. Okay. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one on the trailing edge of each wing and one at the aft of the fuselage. I don't know what that means. I'm going to guess that means the back. The MITs would dock here, which is the big S-737s. Power down there. Okay, I need to stop speculating, because every time I speculate, it's like the next 3 sentences answers the question. The LSA was equipped with 3 docking ports, one of the blah blah blah. The MITs would dock here, power down their engines, and open clamshell nose doors within the pressurized confines of the docking adapter and take on board cargo and passengers. Little information is available on the MITs, but they are shown as being the same size and general configuration. Sorry, of the 707s, not 737s. I don't know what the fuck the difference is, aside from the number. Clearly, Clearly, though, substantial modification would be required, not only with regards to the new clamshell leading nose, but also for the mechanical clamps required to hold onto the MITs and keep them in place against the buffeting and pressurization differential, blah, blah, blah. Each MIT could carry 150 combat-ready troops or 32 tons of cargo. Jesus, I'm having a stroke. So each of these. And I can't put this in the video because it's copyrighted. Yeah, copyright 2007, but I will link the Imgur link. Each LSA would carry 400 combat troops and 1,150 tons of cargo. Okay, so I fucked that up earlier. The whole fleet would be 3,800 troops with 6,900 tons of cargo. Each would be 400 troops with 1,150 tons of cargo, not counting the pass, blah, blah, blah. The LSA itself would have a crew of 472 to maintain around-the-clock operations. So, I mean, we're getting to just like naval ships in the sky. While a single AAC, so the one that shoots the helicarrier, would be dispatched, 7 LSA would be sent. Okay, so that makes sense. This armada would be sufficient to deliver and keep supplied a combat group for 30 days, keeping a constant airborne vigil, 600 miles, 30,000 feet. The CO-1201 aircraft would be defended not only by the fighters, the 11, and I think they said it would, at the time, it would have been F-4 Phantoms. So imagine 11 F-4 Phantoms under each wing. So they would be defended by not only the fighters, but also by short and long-range missiles of varying sizes and defensive laser weapons in 1969. Given the vast size of the CO-1201 and the considerable energy reserves made available by the onboard nuclear reactor, laser weaponry would certainly be feasible. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because that always seems to be the problem, is there's no way to provide all that power. I mean, whether it's that Boeing with the laser on the nose or rail guns, or it always seems to be you got to have all these just big ass power stations. But I guess when you're flying something that's 4 football fields wide, you got power to spare. What seems most remarkable is the inclusion of lift jet engines. So you always see this, or I say you, me. If you Google this thing, I swear to God, all the Reddit and Imgur posts are from me. And I get so excited when I see these a year later. I'm like, oh, it's finally becoming a topic of discussion. And it's just my dumbass. But I've been trying to get this going. I'm trying to get anyone to talk about it just because it's the most fucking insane thing ever. And it never gets brought up. It never gets brought up. So, but one thing you always see is there's always just like hacky jokes like, man, how big would the airport have to be? Probably have to be 1 million miles long. It'd probably be quicker to just drive. It's just all this really hacky, like, it would take longer to board than it would to fly. It's fucking shoot me now. But this was not hacky. This was Clarence Kelly Johnson. So, inclusion of lift jet engines. So this thing would fucking just vertical takeoff and landing. So fuck the F-35. We're gonna fly around a fucking Superdome. So it had lift jet engines. The LSA would be fitted with 54 lift jets. The AAC, sorry, okay, so the LSA had STOL, so I think that means short takeoff and landings. So the LSA, the one with all the troops and shit, that's 54 lift jets. And I guess so it's got, like, it can take off relatively short. The AAC, the one that everyone cares about, the flying aircraft carrier, fuck the other ones, those are just glorified cargo ships. The AAC, this would have VTOL, so this is where, so as the LSA is STOL, which I believe means short takeoff and landing, STOL. The AAC, the helicarrier, that would be VTOL, so vertical, so just straight up. It would have 182 lift jets, and what you can see in the schematics I'll link is it's got these 2 banks right on, like, the front, kind of near the cockpit, and they're flush with the sides of the fuselage, but they open up, and it's just these banks, and they're almost just like packed in there like honeycombs, but it's just 747 engines, like 30 or 40 on each side. And then so you got these 2, like, these square banks. I wonder if I can zoom in and see how many they are. 1, 2, 3, 4 deep and 6 wide. So 2 banks, each one with 24 of these, 4 by 6, just, I mean, literally touching. So just on each side, you got 24 747 engines, banks that just open up straight up. And then, I wonder if you can see that. There you go. And then up and down the wings, you can see, can you see it? Yeah. See all those lines? So you have the banks coming out from the front, and then up and down the wings, you have these long lines that are a single thickness. So instead of the 6x4 blocks, you then have just these, almost, it looks like threads, but it's, each dot is a 747 engine. And so if there's 182 total, fuck, I gotta do math. 24, 48 from 182 is 142, 134. So 134, 34 divided by 2, 67. So on each of the wings, there's 67 747 engines. But they're not facing forward like normal. They are within the wings, and they go vertical. So it's, I'm guessing it has just like a, it doesn't say anywhere in this, and I'm just filling this in on my own, but I don't give a fuck. It has like a sheath, opens up, and you got these, almost kind of like the F-35. It's got that like lift fan thing. It's got this, but it's got 67 in each wing, going from the fuselage to the tip, that's what she said, on each side, and then it's got the 24 banks on the front. So you've got 182 of these. Jesus Christ. 182 divided by 2, 91 divided by 2, 45. So you've got the equivalent of 45 747s yeeting this bitch straight up. But the fun doesn't stop there. Most of the engines were located aft of the rear wing spar, but there were also banks lifted, flat banks with 20 engines each. That's bullshit, because I just did the math and it says 24, whatever. These banks would be located within the forward fuselage, and one would extend out each side of the craft for VTOL lift. I need to get Scott Lowther on my podcast. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fucking email Scott after this. Shout out Scott. Given that these aircraft were meant to not, okay, bold letters. Given that these aircraft were meant to not land in the combat zone, but only bases in the continental U.S., VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. I know I said I was going to stop speculating and keep reading, but I lied. Fuck off. That makes sense. No, does it? Okay, because if you're only flying, and you have 41 days of flight, so you don't have to land anywhere. You can land where you desire. So, land in the United States, okay. But I don't see how that's a waste, though. I mean, I don't know, maybe you make one giant... So let's say you don't do the VTOL. I don't know, I guess that maybe out in like the Nevada test range where the US has like, the government has their own sandbox. I don't know, maybe you put the runway out there. Because the runway at Area 51, right, that's 25,000 feet long. There's enough space on the Area 51 runway that you could do a shuttle landing on each side with 5,000 feet, almost a mile, to spare. So you land each one, parachutes deploy, slow down, and from the nose to nose would still be 5,000 feet. I have no idea if that would be enough for this thing. I mean, I guess, I don't know, maybe you just make one super huge fucking... I guess you only need one runway. You don't need... It's not like the A380 where, like, some airports initially couldn't take it. That's what she said. Because it was so big. That's what she said. But eventually they kind of all got upgraded, so they could. With this, you would only need one runway, 41 days of fuel. I mean, it's an aircraft carrier. You're not. This thing is for war. Like Fury, when it shows the Tiger tank and they're speaking German, the subtitles: "Driver, make ready. Driver, make war." Sorry for that. Okay, back to the thing. But only at bases in the continental United States, VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. Alright. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length. I mean, I feel like that's... Yeah. Because at least if you have VTOL, I don't think that's a waste, because sure, you're still landing only in the continental US, but I mean, I guess with an asset that big, I mean, these things have to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. I feel like you'd probably want it to be able to land anywhere in the US, like preferably a airfield, but I don't know what the fuck. I have no idea anything about this. I don't have a PhD in this shit. Foreshadowing, but I'm having a guest that does have a PhD in air strategy. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Saturday, 10 a.m. Stay tuned. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length. Actually, I'm going to ask him about that. CL-1201. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. Which otherwise would not have... The only real... Given that these aircraft were meant to not land in the combat zone, but only at bases in the continental United States, VTOL capability seems a bit of a waste. The only real practical value of this capability would be to save runway length, which otherwise would not only have to have been exceedingly long, but also incredibly wide. That's what she said. The outrigger landing legs spanned approximately 200 meters. I don't know what that means. Meaning a runway width well in excess of 650 feet. The CL-1201 would be solely land planes and would not be amphibious. I mean, how is that another surprise? I feel like that makes absolutely... I guess, I don't know, maybe a cranoplane, Caspian Sea Monster. Yeah, I don't know. The CL-1201 would be blah, blah. To accomplish this, 6 main landing gear would each be 8 wheels, each 8 feet in diameter. I don't remember reading that. Woo! 6 main landing gear. Each gear, 8 wheels. Each wheel, 8 feet in diameter. Jesus Christ. 2 4-wheeled nose gears would be equipped with 5-foot diameter wheels. You know, to be conservative. And 2 outrigger landing gear, each with, I don't know what outrigger is. Are those the very tips of the wings? Whatever. CL-1201 basic data. Buckle up, buckaroos. Span 1,120 feet. If I recall, the Chrysler building is 1,047 feet. 1,046 feet. I apologize. I will now commit seppuku. Okay, so it's Jesus Christ. So it's 74 feet wider than the Chrysler building is tall. Christ almighty. The fuselage length. So actually, let's look that up. What's a 747's wingspan? I'm gonna say 240 feet. 211. Okay. Airbus A380. Let's see what that wingspan is. 262. Okay, big boy. AN 225. 290. What about a C5 Galaxy? I'm gonna say 250. 223. Spruce Goose. I'm gonna say that was, what was AN 225 was 290. Spruce Goose, I'm gonna say is 360. Spruce Goose 320. Okay. And what's the big one right now? Strato launch. 385. Okay. So let's see. AN 225 is 290. And A380 is 262. And a 747 is 211. We're only at 763. So let's throw on they're on the Stratolaunch. 1,148. And what was our guy? 1,120. So it's, and we'll subtract it. I want to see, because I like doing comparisons. So let's subtract 385, and what's that? So this is 763 to 747 plus a 380 plus a and 225. What was the C5? 986. So even with that, woo. So you can put wingtip to wingtip a C5, a 747, an A380, and the Antonov 225, and you still fall 134 feet short of the wingspan of the CL-1201. Do you understand my obsession with this thing now? Jesus. Fuselage length, 560 feet. How long is a 7? I'm not going to do all these, don't worry. Length, let's sort of say 747 length, 250 feet. Woo! So 560 feet. Jesus. So, god damn. So what? That's roughly 4 747s wide and over 2 long. Jesus Christ. So that's a rectangle of 2x4 747s. Does not fit the fucking footprint of the CL-1201. God damn. Falling in love all over again. Wing area, 125,000 square feet. That means nothing to me. I can't visualize that. Gross weight, 11,581,800 pounds. Payload weight, 2.3 million pounds. And what's the AN-225? I have no idea. Cruise thrust, 620, I don't know what that is. Cruise speed, Mach 0.8. Respectable. Usable internal volume, 2 million cubic feet. God damn. And those are just, so we're out of stuff to read. That's no fun. Maybe we're not. Jesus Christ. With the weight, it could weigh 15 million pounds. Jesus. The AAC had a crew of 845. God damn. Holy shit. So, that is the CL-1201. And it's, I mean, seeing as how we designed that, and we actually built a working design, a working Tory 2A and Tory 2C, the working 1/10 scale Pluto missiles, which was what today's podcast was going to be, Paul, but it's busy. So it's clearly not like the reason we didn't do it is because it's too crazy. Like, that's clearly that terminology is not in the U.S. defense industry's lexicon. We didn't do this because it's, I mean, clearly we could just do more with an aircraft carrier. It's just whatever makes Uncle Sam's dick bigger. But I wish we did do it, because it's just fucking one. It's like the A380. Like, there's so many things wrong with it, and they're already phasing it out of a lot of these airlines. I think the only ones keeping it going are the ones propped up by that sweet trillions of oil dollars. Etihad. What's the other one? Not Qantas. What's the other big? Emirates and Etihad. Those big boys, they're keeping them going. And I think they're trying to turn them into cargo carriers. I don't know that. I think COVID kind of led to that, is like an early retirement. I could be butchering all this, but here on Tommy's podcast, we don't fact check. That's going to come back to bite me one day. I don't know when. So, but I mean, there's something about the A380 that it's just, it's like you almost don't give a fuck about logic. It's a double decker, the whole thing. It's got showers and beds. It's like what is it, the Dreamliner or the Neo, whatever the fuck the new airlines are, they're finding that it's a lot more, because I believe the idea of the A380 was we're going to have these fucking big boys, and these were going to go between like the major airports, Heathrow, LAX, Chicago, Is Heathrow's Chicago, right? What's the one in London? What's that big one? I don't know. Governor. We'll call it Governor. I'm sorry, that was cringy. ATL, Hartsfield. And then I don't even know why I'm going to pretend to guess. I have no idea. Whatever the other big fucking ones are. I thought it was London Heathrow. Chicago O'Hare. The idea is you're going to have these ones go from all these huge ones, and then you're going to have smaller aircraft go to, fly from London to Atlanta, but then you take a smaller one from Atlanta to, I don't know, fucking Charlotte. I have no idea. Miami. I have no idea. New Orleans. I have no idea. And I think I guess their models were fucked up. I mean, clearly they're not idiots like me. They're not just like, big aircraft, make it now, and let's fly that puppy, dude. That's a great idea. It's clearly they thought that was the move, because Airbus put so much money into it, and so many things had to be made custom, and so many airports had to be upgraded. But I think their model said that's what was going to be next. And then I guess they're losing that battle. It's because it's turning out that the way to go is just having highly versatile, medium range, highly fuel efficient, I guess mid-tier planes. For me, in my mind, there's like Cessnas and there's like 747s. Everything in between to me is just medium. I have no idea. So again, take this with a grain of salt. Or don't if you're watching your blood pressure. But I guess they're finding that was really bad. But I guess they're finding that that's not the way to go. Is to have these intra-side, or that is the way to go. Highly fuel efficient, I guess decent passenger capacity, quick turnaround. I don't know. They fit in all the existing airports. I'm guessing they're using the same engines. I don't know. It just seems like it's kind of like why Gerald Bull, the guy that built that super artillery gun for Saddam, why he was so appealing to them was because it wasn't just that he could build this huge artillery gun, it's that he could do it with existing pieces. It's like Skunk Works did that a lot. They were professionals at cannibalizing. So they could create their own new things using like existing pieces. It's like you have like a set of like Legos and you can build shit with stuff that's already in your wheelhouse. Which, I mean, aside from the fact that they're not an American producer, and that would be the antithesis of what Trump is or what Trump claims to be. Not getting into that. But that's why the Secret Service didn't get an A380 for the new Air Force One, which I was very disappointed about. I don't give a fuck that's made in France. That would have been awesome, because it's an A380. Logic goes out the window. Who gives a fuck? A380. Get it done. But I think part of the reason was not only it was built, not only in a 747 built American, not only would it be built in America, and the Secret Service could, because I believe the head of Boeing showed where they're being built, and he was like, Secret Service is here from the ground up. You got to make sure that you're not putting like C4 in the actual composite. Like, are you putting in surveillance shit? Are you building something so you're not putting a bug in, but you're from the ground up? You're building this thing and it has flaws or points of entry, back doors, that's what she said. So you got to watch from the ground up how it's built. I imagine they probably do the same with like building like bunkers and shit. You got to make sure that they're not pulling some like Bane thing and putting in explosive concrete. But also, I would imagine, in my incredibly limited knowledge, that you want to keep it a 747, because although experts often say what the 747 and Air Force One have in common is their general shape, because in reality, they said that this thing is as much as it's like the Beast, the presidential limo. Is if you actually look at this thing, it looks like a fucking like Cadillac or whatever. But if you actually look, it's not even that it's like, and I could be wrong on this, but it's not even that it's like the shell of a Cadillac, but the insides are all different. Everything is actually scaled up. It looks goofy. If you like ever find pictures of like the president or Secret Service standing next to it, find like Obama near like the front wheel, it's all scaled up. So it's like, this isn't even like a commercial Cadillac. It looks goofy. It almost looks like I don't know. It's like, I think on, what is it, on Top Gear, when they go find that huge ass like truck in the desert, and everything's just scaled up. It almost looks like a model, because you're like, that something's not right. It's almost like Willy Wonka, where they're walking down the hallway and then they like bump into the ceiling, and they saw that it was all just an illusion of angles and shit. The Cadillac itself is, I'm pretty sure it's designed to look like a Cadillac, but it's not even. So whereas Air Force One is like an actual 747, but then what the professionals will say is that that's all it has in common. Everything else, like avionics, to its ability to resist an electromagnetic pulse, to countermeasures, to everything, communications, it looks the same as everything else. It'd be like if you had like an iPhone or something, but it was actually like an NSA phone. Like the shell would look like an iPhone, but it would, for all intents and purposes, be a different phone. Going off on a rant, but like the beast, the Cadillac, is pretty, because this thing, it has, they said its doors are as thick as 747s. This thing, I'm pretty, and I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's just designed to look like a Cadillac, because it's like a, I don't know, it's like an effect that it has on the public. Like you don't want to like be rolling the president in, and like I mean, the Secret Service would love to have him in an M1 Abrams or an APC or some shit, or an MRAP, but I think it's like the stately image, I guess. Yeah, that's what I would imagine. I have no idea. I don't actually know. But it's like, I remember watching a documentary years ago, and like the Secret Service is like, if we had our way, the president would be inaugurated, and then he would go into a bunker under the White House, and he would stay there for 4 or 8 years, and then he would come out. If the president had his way, he would be walking and shaking hands and kissing babies. They got to find a middle ground. So I guess it makes sense. They probably want him in some fucking like mobile nuclear bunker, but you gotta, you want to be a Cadillac with the flags and shit. I don't know where I'm going with that. 747. So they said that that's about all that it has in common with the 747, is that it looks like one, and I guess the outside looks like one. But in that vein, why wouldn't it be an A380? 747's been around forever, and I guess it makes sense that you would want something where like this supply chain has been around for so long at so many airports on so many continents and countries over so many decades of different companies. Its pieces are spread all over the world, replacement pieces, that in a way you're almost taking advantage of that. It's like we have backups everywhere. It's like, that's like it's like the B-52. It's like, why make a new bomber when we have this one that is tried and true, and the pieces are all over the world already. Versus if you make a brand new one, sure, you could have pieces somewhere, but I mean, from a security measure, I'm just looking at it. This podcast is going off the rails. I don't care. From a security measure, I don't know. I mean, maybe you could have a couple bases on, Asia, Europe, Africa, Australia. You could have them there, but if there was a coordinated attack on this custom plane, yeah, it would be easier to knock it all out. Versus, it's kind of like what was that that Discovery Channel documentary on the 747? Not the 747, Air Force One. It's like, how do you get all the food? And what they do is they just send out plainclothed agents to different grocery stores, anywhere from like a mile to the White House to like 100 miles, some like just sphere or circle, and you just go buy food, and that way you don't have to worry about getting like a custom presidential like feed of food that's all been tested for poisons, and because that would be relatively easy to I guess do an operation. Go in there, you got to get an inside man, put some VX gas or something, or arsenic. Hello, NSA. But what they do is they just send out plainclothes people, and they just buy them from whatever grocery stores around. And so now, if you wanted to poison the president, you would have to poison every grocery store, every item, for 100 miles in every direction. You might be able to pull that off once, but it's going to get picked up. Everyone's going to get sick, and they're probably just going to stop buying food. So it's work smarter, not harder. There are different ways to do it. So you could build this like special presidential A380, but because the A380 is so young and limited in where it's gone, I guess it would be easier to wipe out all the areas, hit the president in the air, and then, okay, we know he's off the coast of wherever. We know the only airport that has A380 pieces is here, so let's also hit that. I don't know. I mean, it all seems like, kind of small chance of success, but imagine having a 747 is just... I would just think that they've done so much research and tests. When was the first presidential 747? Was it? I don't think it was Reagan. I think it was HW. I don't know. But I think they're on the second set right now, and the upcoming will be the third, which have been commissioned under Trump. I don't know. But I also imagine that they've just done so many fucking security tests and protocols and training. And again, this is based in nothing, just my stupid imagination. But from like, I don't know, like FBI, like HRT, hostage rescue team, or Delta Force, Dev Crew, like, training to like breach like Air Force One in, scenario 1974BK. And they've probably done so many tests with so many missile systems and missile batteries and satellites picking it up. I feel like they've done so much with the 747 that it's like, why? It's almost kind of like Xbox controllers or PS4 or 5 controllers. Like they pretty much have stayed the same, because like you always want to improve it, but at the same time it's like that just tried and true general shape and knowing where the buttons are. It's like the keyboard, like different buttons, sure, kind of more of that like analog-y, clickety clackety, or even touch screen on an iPad, whatever. I have to pee, like that segue. Oh my good golly gosh, Lord. How about that, Lord, dude? Oh, my fucking head, guy. My fucking head. You kids want some aspirin? You kids want to get high on aspirin? Fuck yeah, you do. Drugs are cool. We salute you. Acetylsalicylic, what is it? Acetylsalicylic acid? We had to synthesize that in OChem at UGA. We had to synthesize acetylsalicylic acid. You shithead. God, this fucking blister on the back of my left foot. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I'm gonna take off my sock. Ugh. So, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense is why the 747 is what it is, right? I'm kind of disappointed that they never made two things. I wish, cause the 747 initially, it's like a sign of like grandeur, right? At the DMZ between North and South Korea, we always put our biggest Marine. Who did MacArthur get aside from the two, I want to say Bataan Death March survivors? Might have just been Japanese POW survivors. But aside from those guys, who did MacArthur have with them, behind him, on the Mighty Mo when they were signing the Japanese terms of surrender, capitulation? They got the biggest Marines. It's definitely like the sign was like the 747. Like, you might have like a head of state plane. You don't have a 747, Like, I think Bill Gates has a Dassault, Dassault, Falcon. Not important. But like Khrushchev, what was the big ass plane he had? It wasn't a Tu-160, it was a Tu-144. Khrushchev got one of these things to be retrofitted to be his like state plane. So when he came to visit the United States, he could fucking get off on that thing. But like originally, it was like the president was like, it was like the 747. Like, you can't match this thing. It's got that double decker hump. It's got the fucking 4 engines. You need a goddamn staircase. I guess they all do. but it doesn't really feel like it. That is and this is from like a viewpoint of like American exceptionalism, hence the flag. But the 747 doesn't seem like, the 747 doesn't have that like Burj Khalifa feeling anymore, where it's like it truly is like the biggest and baddest. I feel like if you had a presidential A380, that might do it, but I feel like you got to step it up. I don't know. I mean, it's not important. This is why I'm not a leader. But yeah, I don't know. 747, they're not, I don't know. I feel like you'd want to get a 747 or a presidential CL-1201. Like, can you imagine that? Like, it could launch its own fighter jets. Can you imagine that fucker just like flying over the horizon? You know what? Fuck it. It doesn't even need to be an Air Force One. Air Force One. I just want to see them built. Like I think China sucks and China is asshole. But at the same time, I love it because I'm pretty sure China's contracting Antonov Design Bureau to build them a bunch of AN-225s for military transport. That's not good for us, but as someone that loves these like fantastic structures, these vehicles, that is awesome. I'd love to see them push it forward. Just like I don't want to see China build a fusion reactor, but they're trying to, and because they're trying to, you know the US is going to build one, and everyone's going to benefit from fusion becoming a thing. You know, I think the best thing that could happen to the space industry is if China decided to put a man on Mars before us. You would see us scrambling. So I kind of like that they want to build a fleet of AN-225s, because I feel like that's going to force us to build the next great thing. So let's see. China, AN-225. Yeah, there we go. China buying. July 18th. Ooh. July 18th, 2019. Almost a year ago. New bid for stake, blah, blah, blah. And Chinese firm is trying to buy. Okay. Trying to buy into Antonov. China wants to put the gargantuan AN-225 back into production. Damn it, 2016. Might as well be a dead article. God, I would love for them. Step into that, blah, blah, blah. Heavy lifting. Partially, blah, blah. China building. So much Antonov's like the The agreement signed between the Aviation Industry Corporation of China, CCP, and Antonov. Oh, they did sign something on 30 August 2016. These reports prove China is in the least trying to at least produce a AN-225. Massive, blah, 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 and yeah, I'm not finding anything. And I don't have a guest on to help me fill the time, so I'm not going to do that. But, I mean, and I guess the reason why the A380 is dying is proof that what I'm about to say wouldn't work, but I don't give a fuck. God, I would love to see the CL-1201 built, even if just for... It doesn't even need to be some Cold War super weapon. Like, even if Amazon bought it for, like, cargo. I just want to see it built. Like, I just want to see it built. I want to see, like, the Modern Marvels episode on it. I want to see its appearance in a shitty movie with Tom Cruise. Would it be Tom Cruise? No, it would have The Rock. It would have The Rock, and have The Rock take the wheel, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could maybe build it for transportation. Of course it'd be for transportation. What the fuck else are you going to use an aircraft for? What if you built this thing and used it like we were going to use in the battlefield? But instead of holding in a holding pattern 600 miles around the battlefield, what if you just flew this thing around like the equator, right? You could have like a couple just cover the, I don't know, have 4 right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. They kind of look like an atom, like the atomic sign. They just had those going around in an equatorial holding pattern, 30,000 feet for 41 days straight, and they can carry what? 6,900 troops, 3,800 troops, whatever. I'm butchering it. Regardless, 3,800. It's still insane. Spit on my screen. But you could hold this for 41 days, nuclear reactor. And what if you had those MITs, those 707s with the clamshell apparatus docking? What if you had one of these things going and it was just lugging around the world, and you could, I don't know, it'd almost be like if you had a cruise ship and the cruise ship like kind of slowed down but never actually stopped and just kind of came near a port city, and you'd have everyone get off on like almost like tugboat sized like transports, or even like small yacht, and like those are coming off and like new ones are coming up, and the new ones are like an hour before like they left port, and it's everyone that wants to get on the cruise ship, and so these things are ready, so it's letting go of these people, and then the new ones are pulling up and docking, but the cruise ship never has to stop. Because I can imagine that's got to take so much power and fuel stopping and starting again, not to mention just all the money lost from it not moving. I love to think about like these like fucking Boeing CL-1201s just kind of just in like a lazy orbit carrying 4,000 people, and 707s come up. So like, I don't know, you get on a 707 at Atlanta and you take off, and then you're just kind of like going around Atlanta, and then you see this big ass thing coming over the horizon, and you see 707s undocking from it, and those are going to land in Atlanta, and these new ones are, you go up and dock with it, and then you get on that flight. Yeah, you get on that flight, and those 707s go leave and park back at Atlanta, but now you're on just this big fucking lumbering thing, and it's like next stop like Beijing or something. What if you didn't even need to hold 3,800 people? What if you made it more like a luxury thing, like true first class luxury? Like you literally get like fuck those what is the Etihad residence? Forget that. What if you literally had like, you literally get like a hotel stateroom? Yeah, no, you do like big old buffets like on cruise ships, huge windows and shit, gyms, bands, restaurants. Fuck yeah, bring back the airships. Because wasn't that a thing in like the 1900s, the airships, and everything was like, but you could even get like a little room with like a tiny little shower. They had like pianos made of balsa wood because they were lighter. But you could take these like slow, I mean, it wasn't to get anywhere in a hurry, it was a luxury. But I don't know, I guess a cruise ship is still like, you're really not going anywhere. Like the purpose is the trip, or the vacation is the trip. It's not a trip between A and B and you're making a vacation out of it. It's the sole purpose. You're coming back to where you started. I wonder if you could make one of these and it was like they had destinations, but it was like if you just really want to go pure, fuck that. Just make it full-blown luxury. Because yeah, what if you couldn't fill up all the seats? And yeah, if you just had fuck Carnival Cruise Lines or Allure of the Seas or Oasis or what is the big Anthem Symphony? What if you had one of these things? Fuck yeah. Actually, fuck the whole MIT 7. Fuck it. Just fuck all that shit. What if you just had like a cruise, like a 41-day cruise? Man, you could go over the North Pole. God damn it! If I ever become a billionaire, I'm funding a CL-1201 cruise line. You could go see the Aurora Borealis. You could go watch like fucking algae blooms in like the tropics. You go watch like sandstorms. Go over the Himalayas. Fucking watch the sunrise over like a steamy Amazon jungle. Go over Antarctica. God damn. That would be insane. Go over different cities at night. You go, yeah, fucking over Manhattan, go over LA. That would be so cool. You should fucking go see like historic Grand Canyon, Mount Rushmore. God damn, that would be badass. Go see all like the archaeological sites in like Sumeria, Sahara Desert. Fuck, Burj Khalifa. You could just go on a world tour for 40 days. Man, that would be so insane. Yeah, you could have concerts and shit. Imagining like a room with like a glass floor. God damn. That would be the coolest thing ever. Go way up. Maybe do like a couple nights of super high altitude. Go look at the stars, unfiltered by atmosphere. Man, that's depressing that doesn't exist. Elon, we need you. Or is the way to go, you don't make it a luxury cruise liner. You certainly wouldn't do that with like college kids. Fuck that. That'd be a liability. Man, maybe it would just be like almost like a lazy river. You could just hitch a ride on it. Maybe it would be really cheap. Maybe it would be really, really cheap. So let's go in the opposite direction. Maybe it's not luxury. Maybe it's like a megabus. What are those, like $1? It's ridiculous shit. It's like San Francisco to Boston, $1. My friend Mike used to take those a lot. He'd travel a lot. And he's like, yeah, man, dude, those are fucking great, man. But you always kind of gotta like watch yourself because like the person next to you might just be nodding off on heroin. Like, but yeah, so what if it's the opposite of like a luxury liner? What if it's just this like lumbering fucking just pack it? Like you'd run it by, yeah, Ryanair would buy it. Yeah, and it'd be like you're going from Atlanta to London, like, all right, man, you're just gonna take 2 days to get there. Yeah, you just have it fly at the most efficient speed. All about profits. Yeah. Yeah, you fit on like 7,000 passengers. No, because the longer you keep them, then you got to give them food, water, bathrooms. Yeah, I don't know. Leave it around. Some capitalist will just fucking scumfuck it. Yeah, you go by. Yeah, that'd be like yeah. There's like same day shipping, next day shipping, like expedited business, and then there's just free. You know, it's like it might be there next week, it might be there in 11 weeks. Yeah. What are some practical uses for it though? I mean, anything you're shipping in that size, why would you not just put it on an oil tanker, right, or a cargo ship? I guess there really isn't. I don't see it ever really being profitable. There's like, in my completely limited knowledge, I feel like there's like two ways that you would make this profitable. And one way would be chartering it out to the super rich, or anyone willing to buy a luxury ticket. And the next would be, it wouldn't be profitable, it would be the military, but the military is where fantastic shit happens with no regards for profit or efficiency. F-35 doesn't fucking matter, it's because they need it, right? Yeah, that's where you see shit that doesn't need to be profitable. It's just badass, right? So, yeah, I guess it never will be created unless it's military, where they're not worried about turning a dollar. It's about force projection, or luxury. I guess there's just not really a practical purpose, because what would you? Not that I have any knowledge of shipping or supply lines. What would you use it for that you couldn't just use cargo ships for? Cargo ships that exist in shipping lanes with ports. These established rhythms that have been going on for centuries. Well, yeah. I mean, there's like the hacky, like, yo, you could use it for Christmas when everyone's buying presents. But Thanksgiving. Yeah, I don't really... Military or luxury? I mean, I'd like to think about it being like a global, like, UN project. It would be for, like, humanitarian crises. You need to get all these refugees out of there. I think the Antonov was actually used for that once. But you need to get all these refugees, or you need to come in and, I don't know, disaster support, FEMA, come in and just drop. But again, what couldn't you use in just like a convoy of semi-trucks? It seems like there's really no logical thing. What could you use it for? I don't know. And I think I'm running out of stuff to talk about, so I don't want to butcher this episode. So CL 1201, fucking insane. Google it, CL-1201. I'm out of stuff to say. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and tomorrow I might be having a cool guest. I might not, because everyone's fucking canceling left and right. But as always, hope you guys enjoy. Stay safe, and yeah. Rest in peace, Grant Imahara, the Asian guy from Mythbusters. Died at 49, I think, a couple days ago, from an aneurysm. Rest in peace to that guy. What an awesome dude. What an awesome dude. And yep, take it easy, guys. Peace. You, me, you, me. What is love? Sitting out from work because I feel like shit, and I'm waiting to hear back about my second COVID test. So, just quarantine as normal, I guess. No vomiting, no diarrhea, just kind of a headache and tired, bit of a cough, but we'll survive. TPC 154, August 6th, 2020, 75th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima. One day prior to my birthday tomorrow, 30th birthday. Woo! This podcast is available on YouTube, BitChute, DTube, BitChute, Vimeo, Anchor, Spotify. There's now a Patreon. If you wanna, there's no like premium. There's no, if you don't donate, you only get some of the information. Nope. The whole podcast is for free. You get it for free. But if you really like this podcast, go to the link. It'll be in the top comment. It will be in the description. Donate $1. You can do like $1 an episode. It's like $5 a week, $20 a month. Stop whenever you want. But if the podcast will be exponentially better if I need to get this podcast to about $2,000 a month. That'll be an apartment, utilities, food, prescriptions, gas, gym membership. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't have a social life. That will just be me grinding out podcasts 7 days a week, listening to audiobooks. So if you enjoy it, go pledge up, drop $1 per episode. That would be really badass. If you don't want to do it, there's no premium, there's nothing you miss out on. Podcast is still free. But if you do want it, that would be really cool. Or if you do want to help out, but you're not about that whole I give you $1 but I don't get any premium shit, that's where my buddy Jack McDermott comes in. If you want to invest in the podcast, you can do that. And once the podcast starts making money, you will get, well, if you provide the upfront sum that I need for 4 years, $96,000, you will get 7% per year for a decade of it making money. Let's say I become a Joe Rogan. That's $7 million. Up to you. Or if you just want to drop $1, you're not really trying to go Gordon Gekko on this shit, that's cool too. So I have no topic for today. I feel like dog shit. But I guess now is the time to just do it live. What better time to do it live? One thing I've been kind of like feeling out more is I started reading Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods in 2014. I actually vividly remember reading it in the weeks leading up to getting my tonsils out, and then that was a month in bed, jacked up on Vicodin, And then at the end of that, that's when I lost my brother to suicide. I don't know how those were all intertwined, but that's how. And then I remember like a year after that, picking up Fingerprints of the Gods again and getting it back to the same point and then stopping. And that's probably happened every year. And I finally started the audiobook yesterday, and I think I'm right about where I normally quit. But I think I'm going to try to power through it. But so what I do when I try to always just take in information, like I play video games but I mute it and I just listen to audiobooks and documentaries, I found that it's important to stay true to why I'm doing that stuff. And I know that just sounds like some cheesy line with no actual meaning, politicians talking without saying anything, but sometimes I get caught up in, I should be listening to an audiobook right now. I should be studying something for podcast material. And then I grow to hate it because I don't actually want to do what I don't actually want to listen to what I'm listening to. I'm listening to like a history of whatever, or like an example was like I felt like I needed to be listening to future stuff. And so I was listening to Michio Kaku's The Future of Humanity. It's a great book. I have not finished it. I picked it up again, but I still haven't finished it. And really badass stuff about generation ships, nanobots, uploading consciousness, sustainable nuclear fusion, 0-point energy, quantum fluctuations, alien, blah, blah. It's really badass. Suspended animation. But that's just not what I'm feeling right now. I go through, like, it's very hard to describe. It's almost like what I imagine. I was about to say it's like picking a lock on a safe. Because I've done that so many times. It's like the fucking Wild West. I got some mustache and I'm like Wario or something, Waluigi. Shout out crew. I found that it's like you just got to get quiet and you can you're like turning the knob and you can kind of like feel what it is that interests you. And it's not always obvious, but you kind of just... Or I don't know, it's like feeling a blanket and you're trying to, find trying to find your cat and you feel its paw, but you gotta just, where is it? And that's what you gotta do. And what I'll do is I'll just sort of, and it sucks because it always feels so like restless when I can't, that weird existential void when you've finished a book and you don't know what to do after it because you're like, fuck, that's what I was doing. That's the thing. Now I'm stuck with my own thoughts. Instead of addressing that internal problem, I just jump to the next thing, like most people do. And maybe that's they're stuck in the cycles of reincarnation. But I try to feel around, and sometimes I like to stay on the topic. Like I went from like Raven Rock by Garrett M. Graff, all about nuclear bunkers. I went from that to like Command and Control by Eric M. Schlosser, who's also the author of Fast Food Nation. And I went from that to Dark Sun by Richard Rhodes, about the creation of the hydrogen bomb. All kind of in the same vein. Super secret, massive explosions. It's in that same... I don't know if you could categorize them similarly, but to me, there's just like this similar vein. It's like bunkers, top secret shit, multi-megaton hydrogen bombs, covert ops, like scientists, research. Excuse me, my nose is running. Damn you, COVID. But it's but then it's almost like I hit it's like I hit the end of the road, and all of a sudden I'll pick up another book, and this always happens. I get so excited, so I'll buy a bunch of audiobooks of the same topic, but then I'll get through a couple, and I'm not really feeling them anymore. And but I think that's a good thing to spend money on. I've never regretted buying a book. It's because I'll just come back to it. I think it's a good thing to spend money on. But I'll get to the end of those threads, if you will, and then it just kind of poof. Not interested in it anymore, but I'll find myself trying to listen to it because the mindset will slowly shift from like, I'm not thinking I should listen to this so that I have stuff to talk about on my podcast or so that I can feign intellect. I'm just listening to it because it's like I can't get enough of it. Give me more, right? It's like eating a brownie because it's just awesome. Versus you get to the point where you're so full You know, it's Thanksgiving or Christmas, and you just, I can't eat anymore, but your mom baked all these different cookies, and you don't want to turn it down because you know she spent a lot of time in the kitchen on them, so you're like, fuck it, I'll eat it. Like, that doesn't even apply to me. Like, I don't need a reason to eat. Let's say your mother-in-law cooked a meal, and, like, you really don't like it, but, like, you love the girl, and so you want to, like, be awesome in front of the mother-in-law, so you eat the meal anyway. If you were truly, like, hungry, you wouldn't have to think about it. But you're doing it for a purpose, and that's fine. But for me, I'm the person I'm trying to impress. So if I'm listening to a book and I have to start thinking about, I should be listening to this, well, then I've run aground. That's no longer what I should be doing. Because if I have to think about, I should be listening to this, then it's not something that I'm truly interested in. Because if it's something I'm truly interested in, there's no, I should do this. I should eat this meal to impress my mother-in-law. It's just like you're hungry and there's a Big Mac. You're not like, well, I should eat this. You're just like, oh, fucking Big Mac. But that will happen. And when I'm in that spot of I should be listening, I do it less. I get stressed about it. It becomes a chore. And I'm more likely to just quit entirely. And oftentimes, and this is my weakness, is that's when I'll turn the audio on the video games. And that's a black hole. Because as soon as I go from, like, a muted video game listening to histories to all of a sudden, like, really good crisp audio and boom, boom, the basses, and you're watching the bullet and hit the target and there's explosion and shockwaves, and dude, it sucks you in. And there's never a point where I'm bored of listening to a video game. So it's not like, I'll do this until I'm bored. That will go on indefinitely. I've tested that theory. That will go on for years. So I have to mute it and find the next thing. Right now, I'm kind of forcing myself to listen to Fingerprints of the Gods. And I don't think I want to. So instead of just not doing it, I like for there to be a cumulative effect to my days. Like, I'll listen to music if I'm working out, but aside from that, like, I don't know, maybe I'm like a Puritan, but I don't like, if I listen to a song and I enjoy it, but at the end of the day, I don't get anything from that. I like going to bed knowing that I listened to a chapter of a book and that I know a little bit more about the world. I like depositing money in my bank account, even if it's 30 cents, because there's 30 more cents I like for there to be a cumulative effect. Today, I had to cancel with the guy that was going to do it because I didn't feel good enough to do it. And I still don't, but at the same time, I want an episode up, so I'm doing a solo rant. Ideal episode? Probably not. But I like for there to be a cumulative effect. I like to see it build up because you blink your eyes and a bunch of time goes by. And I like to have episodes under my belt. We're getting into the weeds. So I've gone from that to one thing that I'm kind of feeling out more, something that I enjoy, is SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan. The idea of having just like a future, it's called Star Wars. I'm sure you've heard of it. It's just like a futuristic, like laser, like a ground and space based, like laser and like hypervelocity kinetic projectiles to stop incoming nukes. And there's really no point in me bringing that up because I haven't listened enough to it to actually know anything about it. So I guess we'll deviate from that. Man, I really don't feel good. But yeah, so the other thing, the cracking the safe vault that I've been kind of getting closer to is and it's so another thing is I try not to get too serious with what I'm listening to. Like, I love to listen to audiobooks. I love to have like reputable sources. It's factual, peer reviewed, it's cleared. But sometimes I gotta just, again, you can't get too serious. So I try to dip my toes into like I like to wade off into the conspiratorial stuff. Now, I don't go full blown like who's it? Corey Good. Where's the other guy? The guys with the huge heads. I don't know. I can't do that. I can't buy into that shit. But I like listening to stuff that's just a little out there. One idea that I'm really kind of liking is like, and it's more Graham Hancock, but it's like, just how old are the pyramids? and I mean, I know nothing about this. I feel like I can talk with like some seriousness on like the Cold War or like biology, like relative, but I definitely don't know anything about this stuff. So if you're hoping for like a peer-reviewed, fact-based episode, you might just want to clock out now. So, but for the rest of you who want to put on your tinfoil hats and, you know, put your trays up and put your seats in the upright position and put your stuff under your seat, let's do this. How old are the pyramids? I mean, there's all the factual based shit. I like Graham Hancock's idea about water erosion and how not only is there like several thousand years of cumulative water erosion on there, there hasn't been rain since like 10,000 years ago. So you'd have to go to at least 10,000 years back and then add several thousand years. So it's like, is it 16,000 years old? Is it 26,800 years old? Is it 36,000 years old? The other idea I love is the blocks of the pyramid, not even the precision cuts and the angles and how would they even construct that, but just like the actual how long the sun has to have been hitting them for them to be like baking away in the way that they are. And again, this isn't based on anything, but I don't care because it's caught my attention. What is it? Are they actually very old? Because it seems like if you wanted to, if you were a global civilization, right? I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I don't have anyone to fill the void for me. Back. Sorry. But yeah, if you had a global civilization, right? And so like the thing that gets me with like Graham Hancock is describing him. There's a guy in like 1960 who's looking at these maps, and the map is from 1513 by a guy named Piri Rice. I have no idea how to say it. Piri. And his last name is Reis. Piri Rice. And he has a map, and it's an accurate depiction of Antarctica. But Antarctica was not discovered until the 1800s. And so that's weird enough. Why does this 1513 map have an accurate depiction of Antarctica 300 years before it was discovered? But not only that, so when they looked at it even deeper, they realized, oh, it's not just that he has a map 300 years prior to when this thing was discovered. And I think it was 1949 or 1959. It was Admiral Byrd's expedition, Operation High Jump to Antarctica. And I think it was in conjunction with the British. They used some sonar technique to like look through like the mile of ice and actually scan the ground, because there's Antarctica and there's how it looks from the air, but this thing's all ice. What is the actual terrain? What is like the hard earth? You know, what does it look like with no ice? Because the ice can shift and change. Granted, islands can too, but it's much, you know, if you had a glacier over the entire East Coast, that it may not necessarily look like the East Coast that we know. Like, you might not have all the same like beaches and shit, right? It might not line it perfectly. So they do this like sonar thing, which was relatively new technology, I guess. And I think 49 or 59. And in 1960, this guy is looking at this map and he's going, well, that's weird. Here's a 1513 map describing something that shouldn't have been known until, I don't know the exact date. We'll just call it 1813, 300 years before. But then they're looking at it and they're going, oh, wait, how does he have how can he see the actual lines, like the coast? because that's weird, because that wasn't discovered until 1949, 59, whatever, we'll just call it 49. Okay, well, that's weird. Well, they clearly didn't have sonar tech. It'd be one thing if it was a map of Antarctica from 1513. That would just kind of, okay, maybe someone did reach it way before, 300 years before we thought they did. That's not that out of the box. Like, okay, sure, okay, you know. Didn't the Vikings get to North America before Christopher Columbus? Like, okay, shit gets fucked up. Shit gets a little, you know, rewrite history. But it's not like world changing. It's like, oh, there was just someone there a little bit. Okay, sure, okay. But it's weird because they can see the coastline of when there was no ice. So now it's weird because did they have sonar technology in 1513? Well, it appears they did not. So is this map from a time when there was no ice in those areas? Well, that was 6,000 years ago. Okay, so that's weird. Well, then you go into like the documents and like notes of Pyrie Rice, however you say his name. We'll just call him Price. P. Rice. Price. We'll call him Price. For anyone listening, Pyrie Rice or Pyrie Reese is Price. Captain Price. All gillied up. Gotta take into effect the Coriolis. Sorry. But if you go into his notes now, and this is what Graham Hancock's saying, his notes say he actually copied the maps. So he copied the maps from a set of maps from 450 BC. So now, let's get out my handy dandy notebook. Blues Clues, welcome to Tom's Bombs. So we got this guy in 1960, I think his name is Hapgood, right? And in 1960, he's looking at a map from 1513, calling him Price. Price's map, and he wrote in his notes, we'll say he wrote the notes in 1513, it was probably after. He was eventually beheaded. He's saying that he got his maps, or he copied his maps. He said he was not the cartographer. He served as the, quote, compiler and copier. Okay? So he got them from 450 BC. So we're looking at, is this mirrored? Oh, nice, perfect. So here's the guy that we're talking about. The guy, I think he was at Keene College in New Hampshire. Hapgood, right? Fuck. And this was in 1960. He is talking about Price, who had his maps in 1513. But Price says that he got his maps from 450 BC. Okay, well now we're getting really fucking weird. Well, hold on. The maps in 450 BC, note that they are from an even older set of maps. And I'm going to call those Set B. Quotation, Set B. Okay, so we got Hapgood in 1960 going to Price in 1513, who says that they are from 450 BC. And then these 450 BCs have their own notes saying that they got them from Set B from thousands of years ago. So we can, well, I don't know, we'll just say, let's just be conservative, say 2000 BC. Thousands of years before them, so at least 2,000 years before them, so we'll just call that 2450 BC. All right? Could be more. Now, Set B doesn't actually have any notes, but so whereas Hapgood's talking about Price says that I cannot do this mirrored. Price says that his notes point to 450 BC. The 450 BCs themselves have notes saying that they're from Set B, from 2450 BC. Now, Set B doesn't have any notes, but 450 BC has notes on Set B saying that Set B got their notes from Set A that are from, quote, the furthest antiquity. Let's just assume that it's another 1,000 years, whatever. We did 2,000 earlier, so we'll say 4,000 again. 4450 BC. Okay. Well, now you have the actual description of the coasts of Antarctica without ice. And so it's one of two things. Either these ancient peoples had sonar, which I don't think they did, or they were around long enough ago that they didn't have sonar, but they did have ships and cartography methods back to when there was no ice that you would need sonar through. Both are equally discombobulating. So a guy from the Air Force who had received this letter from the 1960s guy, Hapgood, said that there is no way to reconcile this, and it is indeed absurd. I don't know the exact quote, but it's at the very beginning of Fingerprints of the Gods. So it has utmost implications for human and geological history. Now, to bring more legitimacy into this, who else weighed on this but Albert Einstein? Albert Einstein said that he always was receiving mail from people who wanted their yet unpublished or unresearched ideas to be glanced at by him. I think that's probably the equivalent of like every stand-up comedian sending their set to Bill Burr, right? He's going to get 10 million letters a day. He's probably not going to look through most of them. The ones he does look through is probably like shit, fucking shit, gold digging horse, right? Or it's like every shitting on myself. Hey, invest in my podcast. It's like everyone pitching their thing to Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, right? Hey, you ever seen those comments when like Jeff Bezos will make an Instagram post? There are people always like, Mr. Bezos, sir, if you could just give me $1,000, that would. And it's like, dog, he's not responding to that. Yet here I am trying to pitch my podcast to people. So fuck me. But people used to send their shit to Albert Einstein and be like, hey, can you look at this? And I think Albert Einstein's quote is, it goes without saying the vast majority of these have no validity or no potential validity, and they hold no weight in the scientific community. So, like, just getting bitch slapped by Einstein. The equivalent of, you're not even getting ghosted, you're getting seen. And that's what Einstein's doing to these people. However, except for the price map from Hapgood, Charles Hapgood, Einstein said that was the most exciting one. And it electrified him in that it had implications for human history as we know it. So what is going on? What the fuck is going on? Like, that is exciting. That anyone can talk about UFOs. When the Pentagon acknowledges that there may be materials not from this earth, that's when your jimmies get ruffled, right? Ruffled. Who cares? Chips. Sponsored by Lay's. But if the coastline is being shown on this map from the furthest antiquity, and even if it's not, scratch out set B and set A. Hell, even scratch out 450 BC. Just go to 1513, a thing that we know is true. Because 1513 said he copied it from 450 BC, but I haven't got far enough to know if there's actual evidence of that. But let's just say that's all hogwash or blubberdybush. Let's say it is 1513, because that is a map that we know exists. It's in the Library of Congress. That's why this isn't some like, well, I heard, my grandpa said that these aliens. No, it is a map in the Library of Congress that Charles Hapgood was looking at during the winter recess of 1960. So he's just pouring over these things. Love the imagery. I just imagine like a candle or some lantern or some shit, right? Just looking at, oh my God. But like, but actually, I'm going to fucking keep listening to Fingerprints of the Gods today. I'm getting jacked up. Hell yeah. Thanks, Tommy, for getting me excited. What is going on? Like, but how can that just be ignored? It's, we all go, yeah. Half of us will go, nah, it's bullshit. I think we have the world figured out, okay? And the other half will go, yeah, that is crazy. Got work tomorrow, man, and hey, I get it. But at some point, do you not just kind of have to stare at it and go, whoa? Because at first glance, it does kind of serve as almost like a luxury. You have the luxury to delve into like hyper ancient structures, maybe because you don't have a 5-month-old to feed and you don't need gas and your transmission's fine and you're not sick or whatever. It's right. It's you have the luxury to delve into that. I get that. But I like to go into it and think, well, what are there more implications than, let's just say it was 300. Let's say there was no ice on Antarctica and it was discovered in 1513. That's not like that, Sure, you're going to switch a date in a textbook, and that way you can price gouge the college students, right? Okay, sure. But if it's something as monumental as this, well, that does... No, you're right. It doesn't really affect... I don't know who I'm talking to. You're right. It doesn't really affect... This podcast is just a video journal of my descent into insanity. It doesn't change your everyday life. You're right. I mean, it's... You still got shit to do. Tom Brady still left the Patriots, asshole. But if it goes back super far, you then have to start thinking, how advanced was this society? Right? That they had all of this shit mapped this far back. And from right here, now I am just making note of it, 28 minutes, 53 seconds. Now I am going into my own speculation. But if they get the maps from furthest antiquity, which I'm going to say is 4450 BC, let's just call it an even 5000 BC. 5000 BC. If those maps are from furthest antiquity, and this is pure speculation, so buckle up, bitches. But I'm not thinking that that's like furthest antiquity, that's like a globe or like an LED screen. I'm thinking like some Mad Max world where it's like, this is one thing they have left. And it's, you know, it's a drawing of a map or something, right? Or it's like the last like pieces of like a laminated map from some equivalent of the Pentagon. And it's been kept in some, you know, almost like a Dead Sea Scrolls type thing. Like, what is it? To me, that just means that it's that much farther back. Like, the furthest antiquity map could itself be just this, like, shitty last remnant. Like, you know, if someone were to somehow look back in time at 2020 and be like, did you know they had maps from furthest antiquity? We'll just say, I don't know, like a map of the old world. We'll just, whatever. That doesn't just mean that you would point to 2020 and be like, oh, that was the beginning. No, we had something from way back. Does that make sense? So it's not that, it's that they have something from way, way back before 2020. So if there's something from this far back, it's not just that, oh, here's it's not like a fossil. Like, you know, every once in a while they'll find like a human footprint like 11,000 years before they previously thought, some Australopithecine in some elevated area, or they'll find like a crustacean on top of a mountain and be like, oh, there must have been water here, and it kind of, but again, it seems like it's more fine-tuning, just enough just to edit the textbooks to get that sweet $500 from the new edition. But it, something like that though, that points to, it's not a footprint, it's a mapping of a landmass. To get to that point of mapping a landmass, let's just say, so let's go back to the Superior ice. Let's say that he didn't need sonar. Let's just say there was no ice, and let's say that he just mapped it in 1513. Whatever. They went down, there were ships. That's not the beginning of civilization. That's a point in which we had evolved. Civilization had moved along enough to a point where we had figured out ships of the line. We had figured out longitude and latitude. And there were nations that funded these relatively luxurious things well, not really luxury. I mean, if you're mapping new worlds to potentially enslave the indigenous and create your West East Indies Corporation, regardless, you have the ability beyond just having to find the next meal. I keep forgetting I didn't have a guest. I can bring my microphone closer. I really need a young Jamie. If there anyone wants to be my young Jamie. Oh, let's get a maybe new view. Pull the microphone a little closer, bitches. Wait, I can just hold it, right? Sorry, just lost my train of thought. If you're doing this thing and you have the ability to fund these expeditions, well, you have not only have you created the science of big ships with sails, compasses, sailors, cartographers, and it's being funded. What is it being funded for? Is it just scientific discovery, or is it, where's a new land we can conquer? Well, that implies a certain advancement, a certain level of advancement of your society. That we are now at a point where we have things like a triangle of trade, where we bring back spices and sugar and, tea, and that inadvertently leads to Tea Party shit, right? So that in itself isn't the beginning. I mean, let's say this happened in 1513, or just Columbus, 1492. I mean, 1492 what? What is 1492? What was 1492 AD? Well, what is AD? Well, we go back to 5000 BC with pyramids and shit. So, and Fertile Crescent, Sumer, Indus Valley shit. So we can say in cuneiform, we can go, oh yeah, there's like 5,000 years of just kind of like really slow tutorials, game tutorials. And then it sped up, and then there was Christ, and then there was this whole thing, and there was the medieval times, and then we got up to Europe, and blah, 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 and Galileo, and blah, 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 blah. And finally get to a point where we're sending ships across the sea. So that in itself is 5,000, let's just say 5,000 BC, to, not the 5,000 BC of the maps we were talking about, let's just say when was the first civilization? Indus Valley, Sumer. Want to take a bet? I say 7,500 BC. First human civilization. Mesopotamia. The first city-states in 4 millennium BC. That's insane. 4 millennium. Jesus. 4,000 BC. So let's say 4,000 BC, 1513. So 5,513 years to get to that point. So now let's bring it back to the map set of furthest antiquity. You have to, at the very least, assume that they have ships of the line, sailors, and nation states willing and able and interested enough to fund these ventures. So let's just say you have to say that means it's at least 5,513 years old. So if that map is from 5,000 BC, so now we're looking at 10,513 BC as the first. And that's, again, not that crazy. I mean, okay, the difference between 5,000 BC and 10,000 BC, yeah, it's a lot, but at the same time, it's kind of abstract. Like, it makes no difference. I'm still paying taxes. Like, there's still an election this fall. It is more abstract. So, I'm kind of proving my whole interest wrong. Like, there's not that much. But, well, no, there is, because what happened to that civilization? That's the interest, is what happened to it. It's not just that we're shifting the dots on the chronology and just enough to edit the textbooks to make some money. We're fine honing we're saying Pluto is a planet, and then Pluto's not a planet, and Pluto is a planet, and shout out Jerry Smith. What that means though is that we got to that point and then seemingly went back to 5,000, and then seemingly went back to nothingness, and we got to the first nation states, Sumer, whatever, right? So something happened that made that area, that civilization that was seemingly at 1513 technology, so 500 years from today, so not that far. I mean, relatively not that far, right? You got boats, you got spices, you got writing, you got math, you got the Renaissance, you fucking painting shit in the Sistine Chapel, like relatively modern. I mean, still like barbaric, but at the same time, like definitely not knuckle dragging and just like beating shit with rocks, like producing complex shit, like mapping the stars, like relatively complex. Well, something had to have happened that kicked that bitch back to the Stone Age. And I mean, that's where Randall Carlson comes in, saying that there had to have been an asteroid strike impact at, I think, what he said, North Pole or South Pole, instantly liquefied the ice caps and just flood the world. And then that's where, that kind of gets weird, because what's the one similar thing all the ancient religions have? The story of the Great Flood. I don't know. It starts to get a little hairy. But so what makes it interesting to me, and this is my favorite part, is the idea that, like, it wasn't just that there are these old structures that point to, hey, we've been here before, we got here before, but rather it seems like they're almost trying to, like, send us a message, right? It'd be like, I don't know. It'd be like, what's an example? It'd be like if I had, like, I'm a king and I had a painting done of me in 700 AD. But, I don't know, and I did like the blood sign or the Crips, or I, dabbed. It would be like, well, how does he know about dabbing, right? No, that's still a bad example. It would be like, it'd be like if, I can't think of an example. But it's not just that we found existence. Rather, it, what am I looking for? They seem to have it wasn't just like they built like a fucking thing and here's it, and they're okay, now we know there had to have been humans this long ago. They did shit in such a way that it seems like, the precision in which the rocks are lined up, the rocks that they used, these precision cuts in granite, it's not engraving but embossing, where you shave away everything else except the thing extending. They're using these weird techniques, these weird geometrical techniques, and lifting these massive stones in a way that it's hiding in plain sight. At first, it's just like, hey, there's an old pyramid. But you look at it more, and it's like, oh, this is set up in a way that, like, you can't do with, like, caveman science. And it's... yeah, it'd be like if they carved, like, the valence electron shells of a plutonium atom into rock. It'd be one thing if you found the carving, and the carving is from 50,000 years ago, and you went, oh, wow, now we know humans were around 50,000 years ago because we found this carving. But then you look at it and you're like, well, what is this carving of? It's of valence electron shells. You'd be like, but we didn't discover that until the 1900s. Oh, right? That's what it is. And it seems like some of this shit has, and again, I'm speaking way out of my field of knowledge because this is stuff that I'm barely dipping my toes into. So I'm sure I'll come back to this episode and bitch slap me. But it seems like this stuff is lined up and it's constructed in a way that says, like, hey, this isn't just a rock. This is a rock that was done in not the country Iraq, but rather a rock. It seems to be done in such a way that, like, it's almost hinting that there had to have been something else, right? Like, the other one Graham Hancock points to is the Nazca lines, and, like, aside from, like, how do these people carve these things into stone, and they're 300 feet long, but one of the things they carved was this, like, super, it's like a 600 by 600 foot carving of a spider. Okay, sure enough. But it's a very rare spider that's only found in one part of the world, and it's found thousands of miles from this carving. Okay, how did these ancient peoples discover this thing 5,000 miles away? And furthermore, because the carving is blown up to 600 by 600 feet, and you can really only view it from a plane, they could see on one of them, it had, it's got like the legs, and then on one of the legs there's a little appendage, and it's scientifically accurate, because that spider, its reproductive organ is an appendage on its, like, rightmost limb. But you can only view that shit with a microscope, like a super powerful microscope. Not even like, oh, I just squint one eye. Like, no, like, you need advanced scientific instruments to do this. So it's one thing to look at how did they carve this and where is this carving? Is it from 10,000 years ago? Is there water erosion that points to it being 20,000 years ago? But it's not even a carving. It's a carving of something that the knowledge of which requires a technology that itself takes several thousand years to get to, right? So, yeah, it'd be one thing if you found writing from 10,000 years ago. Like, okay, humans are old. But then you found the writing is the description of how to build a motherboard for an Xbox One. You'd be like, okay, well, these aren't just drawings of, like, elk and bison. This is a complex schematic for a silicon motherboard. So all of a sudden it pushes it back further. So, but then the question begs, was it an advanced society? Who knows? Maybe as advanced as ours. I think you'd find, like, satellites, right? Maybe it wasn't. Let's say it got to, like, 1900, so they don't have any space debris, and then it was wiped out by whatever reason. I'm not pointing to me. That's not really important. What wiped it out? Well, I mean, it is, but it's not. Was it a nuke? Was it an asteroid impact? Was it greenhouse gases? A pandemic? Who knows? But rather, let's say we created this society and we have these skyscrapers with aluminum and steel and glass, and we feel pretty advanced. We have airports and satellites. But if we wanted to leave some shit that would always be here, regardless of thermonuclear exchange, regardless of a pandemic, regardless of an asteroid impact, what would it be? What would be the ultimate Tom was here written in wet cement? It wouldn't be a glass building. It wouldn't be a painting. It wouldn't be written language. It certainly wouldn't be anything online. That would all be just gone. What would it be? It would be something made out of rock. And not something super intricate that's going to get destroyed. I don't know. Maybe something just like a pyramid, right? Or just any obelisk or any carving in a cave. Just something that's like really there's no maintenance on it. It's a very low maintenance girlfriend. It's just that shit's just going to be there for 50,000 years, right? I mean, it's going to survive the shifting of glaciers. It's going to survive extreme weather, solar flares, nuclear exchanges, CO2 levels rising. It's going to survive all of that. What's going to survive is going to be stone. Well, no, metals would survive, sure, for a while. It would survive for a while. You ever seen like a musket they find and like they'll find shit in like swamps in the South from like the Civil War? It's definitely still there. I mean, fucked up, but it's definitely still there. You could even say it could probably do another like couple hundred years. Don't they find swords on like from like European battlefields? Like we still find shit, right? We still find old like daggers and arrowheads from like thousands of years ago. But eventually that stuff gets ground to dust or is unrecognizable and it's just mistaken for another rock. Well, how do you leave a message throughout time? You create something massive, some structure, some pyramid, some sculpture, embossed or engraved. And then not only that, you would leave it in a way that alludes to a knowledge that would have to that the creators would have to have. It'd be one thing to leave a pyramid so that people can find it in 20,000 years and go, hey, there was a civilization before here in Manhattan. It'd be another thing if, as they sort of uncovered it and their society progressed, they would find, maybe they'd look at it with a microscope and they'd see like nano etching. And be like, well, you can only do that with like an app, with like the company Apple or some defense contractor. Why is there laser etching in this? And it points to like, hey, like this is much older than that. It's like the ultimate letter leaving in a book, right? I used to do that in college because I'm a fucking loser. I'd like write like random letters and just leave them in old encyclopedias. I put the date on them. Maybe someone finds it in 50 years. We're going way off into the weeds. Let's wrap this bitch up. Yeah, let's fingers crossed I don't have COVID. And I might go take a nap. My throat does hurt, damn it. Hope you guys enjoy the podcast as always. And Patreon, that would be baller. And see you guys on the next episode. Jesus, I can't even talk. Take care, everybody. Take 4. TPC 156, 11:37 a.m., August 9th, 2020, 75th anniversary of the Nagasaki bombing. I'm sick as shit. I can't exercise per doctor's orders, so I'm foggy, but I'm going to go crazy if I don't do an episode. I have a week off work that I was not expecting to have off, so I don't have guests lined up. So we're just going to riff for an hour. 11:38, let's try to aim for 52 minutes, and at a clean 12:30. No topic, I don't know. But one thing I've been listening to recently is or documentaries about SDI, the Strategic Defense Initiative under Reagan, which is, it's kind of weird that, for me at least, it's weird to me that I never read about it more. I don't have a guest, I can pull this microphone closer. It's kind of weird that I never read about it more, because it just seems kind of, it definitely seems right up my alley, right in my interest. But I just never did. I don't know. I think I always remember hearing about it, but I think I don't know how to word this. It was often described as a propaganda piece or a fear tactic, Yeah, almost like, why did we go to the moon? What was the real advantage of it? Sure, to show that our science is better, and thus our system of society, the organization in which we operate our entire economy, capitalism versus communism, is more effective than theirs. I get that. I get the real thing, though. That's great and all, but I mean, you don't need to win an argument about who has a better society, and we can just nuke the fuck out of them. Or, walls. You have two types of walls. You have walls on borders of capitalist countries where people try to get in, and then you have walls around communist countries where people try to get out. Follow the gradient. That defines everything. You don't listen to pundits. But I think I took SDI as always, like, it couldn't have actually been accurate, because I always heard it described as, it would have cost like $100 trillion. It was light years ahead of its time. It was more of like a scare tactic than anything. Do we have it? Do we not? You're going to call our bluff. I don't like not having a guest, because now I can see my image right in front of me and I'm just an ugly motherfucker. But I've been listening to some documentaries about it. And I'm so foggy. But it is crazy, because we were actually kind of making it. We were kind of making it. I mean, I'd seen videos before of Sprint ABM, the Sprint anti-ballistic missile. That thing was insane. If I'm correct, it's 0 to Mach 10 in 5 seconds. And I know that sounds like, okay, that's bullshit. That's you're exaggerating. Look up these fucking videos, dude. The videos look like almost like a 1905 video, how they're kind of like sped up, like a bunch of women in hoop skirts and guys in top hats and like a 3-legged dog in Manhattan, and there's like a horse going around. But it's actually what the videos look sped up, but they're not. I mean, the missiles start to glow, and it's because they're going something like they're like 100 Gs. They're pulling like 100 Gs. But so I know that was for like the last second defense, and not defense of cities, because we realized that there's no such thing as civil defense. The population's fried. Shout out Garrett M. Graff Ravenrock. Good Lord Almighty, I am foggy. But I guess it seemed like it couldn't have been true, because we're still trying to like figure out lasers, right? I mean, not too long after 9/11, they had the YAL? What was that laser? That 747 based laser. 747 has obviously been used for different cargoes over the eras, from the proposed flying aircraft carrier to I think NASA had one with like a telescope to get above the atmosphere, but it was all fucked up because of the vibrations. Shout out Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. But I think it was the YAL. It was supposed to be an anti-ICBM. The entire thing, the entire fucking fuselage was filled with like capacitors or, I don't know, chemical batteries. I don't know shit about it. But that was in the 2000s. So the idea of SDI in the 80s, it definitely... I don't know which propaganda... Did I just digest one of the propagandas? It was SDI propaganda, and did I just digest the propaganda that it was propaganda? Does that make sense? It's like, you could say like the moon landing was propaganda against the Soviets. And then you could say that like we didn't actually go, and that's propaganda against the United. It's going to be a top tier episode. You can tell already. Woo. But it does seem that... but listening to this documentary, and they're interviewing the... so it was under Reagan. The Secretary of Defense was Caspar Weinberger. Reagan and Caspar Weinberger have both passed away. But the general who oversaw SDI, or was in charge of it, was General James Abramson, who is still alive and is 88 years old and is complete active chairman of is chairman of a corporation I think called GOI. That was bought by someone, and then that was merged, and then that was bought. Just some fucking like shell game shit. But I don't think it was nefarious. I know this because I was trying to find him, and I've yet to hear back from him. Shout out James Abramson. But he talks about actually kind of just how like far along this thing was coming. It's so it just, for instance, one of the things that there was a problem with was like the coherent laser. And it's so weird hearing about this in the 80s because they're talking about, and this guy James Abramson, it's really weird because he has like an ASMR voice. So he's this guy overseeing this space-based laser program to shoot down fucking nukes to offset a global thermonuclear holocaust exchange. And he's sitting there and he's like, well, thank you for having me on your show. And so really what we're aiming for is some laser. it's oddly soothing, but he's talking about it. And there's obviously like the missile intercepts, the Missile Defense Agency hitting a bullet with a bullet. The last line of defense was Sprint. I don't think we use that anymore. I think there's one called THAAD, THAAD. I think there's the Patriot. I think there's like tiers, you know. Boost, you get it, and when it's like doing its arc, you do it like reentry. Like the decoys, the multiple independent reentry vehicle decoys that can't survive reentry because they're just Mylar balloons. So we have all these different tiers of missile defense, but then, and it sounds like something you'd hear now in 2020, but here they're talking about it in 1984, is they're like, well, you know, you have these different tiers of missile defenses, but then, you know, at the final seconds before it released, so it's called a bus. A bus is what holds all the, so multiple, the most advanced ICBMs, later days in the Cold War, when we just got really good at potentially killing everybody, were the ICBMs that would shoot up, and there was basically like a shotgun shell. Multiple independent reentry vehicles, MIRVs, and they would open up, and you'd have, I think, like up to 10 of them, and they'd be mixed in with a bunch of decoys too. So you're the victim, you're looking up, and you're seeing on your radar, you're seeing 20 or whatever. And these were insane because there'd be 10 multiple independent reentry vehicles. Each one, some of them could be they'd be up to 1 to like 9 megatons each. So you'd have like 10 of these. So it's like 90 megatons. 1 megaton is 300 times more powerful than the bomb that took out Nagasaki 75 years ago today. And then we'd have multiple of these missiles on a single sub, and then you'd have a fleet of subs. I mean, the multiplication just starts to get crazy. But so you want to take it out when it's boosting because there's a white hot exhaust plume, and you can track that easily, but you can't hit the plume because, per the general's words, hitting the plume is worthless. It's because it's just, I mean, it really is smoke. It's an analogy of the Soviet Union, smoke and mirrors, but it really is smoke. So you want to hit the body, but that's obviously the most ideal spot, but you also got to have missiles nearby. All right, so that's the boost phase, and I'm butchering this, and then up when the bus comes off of the boost phase, but then it does that sort of like apex, it's still all together. So, you know, it's like when you're playing like a video game, and there's like and you see like Russian, you're defending some fort, and you see like a Jeep or whatever, and it's, think of like Halo or something, and you got the I don't even, what the fuck was the name of the truck? What was the name of the Warthog? Was that it? Yeah, whatever. But you'd have 3 guys on one thing and it's coming towards you. You always want to hit that with a rocket because it's 1 hit, 3 kills. Once it stops and they spread, it's like killing a spider versus like squishing a spider and like a bunch of baby spiders come out. So you want to kill the bus while it still has everything. Because once it opens up, it's just 20 times harder. So, you know, do you want to hit a bullet with a bullet, or do you want to hit all the shotgun shell fragments with another shotgun shell fragment? You know. So to do that, you definitely want to hit the body or the bus. The point of bringing this all back around is they were talking about directed energy weapons, but they said it so nonchalantly. So you want to hit it during the boost phase, you want to hit at the missile body, you don't want to hit the plume, or you could hit the bus, well, it's still at the apex. And, you know, if you really can't get it in the final seconds, well, then you would use a directed energy weapon, because that goes at the speed of light. And it just kind of like, and then they go into the next thing, and there's another montage, and then a commercial break, and some badass 80s commercials. We are McDonnell Douglas. But it was like, what? A directed energy weapon? Like, I thought we weren't there now. So who knows? Maybe it was. Maybe I'm a perfect example of the power of propaganda. Maybe that wasn't real at all, but idiots like me thought it was. But another thing they talked about was they were called like garages, like garage. Like I'm above my parents' garage, 30 years old. Hope I look back at this video one day and laugh. Yeah. But they said, as General James Abramson said, there's a lot of like garages, and these garages would each hold missiles, and you'd orbit these possibly in like the thousands of garages. But I thought it was really interesting that the garages were, excuse me, the garages were, they had rockets in them, but they were tiny. They said they were pretty much I would imagine you'd have to have some different specs for space-based, but they said they were the same missiles that you put on fighter jets for air-to-air, so like a Sidewinder or like a Phoenix missile. And I guess that makes sense, because if it's already up in orbit, the vast majority of the energy. This is why we exercise before podcasts, because I'm foggy. The vast majority, is it delta V? The vast majority of the energy you need is to get it out of the gravity well and into orbit. But once you're already up there, if you just have this like almost like a SAM site up in orbit. Yeah, I mean, you just need to hit, because if you're hitting the missile body, not the MIRV, but just the lifting body, I guess it doesn't really matter what you hit it with, right? Because one, think about, we always hear about like space debris, like a speck. Is that the right word? A flake. Holy Jesus! The exercise kids. But they're traveling at like 17,000 miles an hour, and one of those can like punch a hole through a spaceship. So you really just gotta hit the thing, and not only that. So not only is your projectile probably already enough, just an air-to-air missile. It doesn't need to be the size of a Titan II, because it's already in orbit, and 90% of a rocket is just the fuel getting it up there. The tyranny of the fuel equation. So you're already up there with a rocket, 17,000 miles an hour, so it doesn't need to be a lot. A third, so one, you're already up there. Two, you're already going 17,000 miles an hour, so let momentum do the work, baby. Momentum equals mass times velocity. Three, the actual skin of a rocket, and I didn't know this until like last year, the actual, like, in my mind, I just imagine them like, I don't know why I imagine that they're just like as sturdy as like a fucking like tank. I just imagine like a thick armored wall. No, like maybe like an actually, and I think no, because you just want something to hold the fuel, and then you drop it off at stages. But the fuel itself, I think it was Elon Musk or Bezos, or maybe it's just any rocket. Apparently, like, a rocket couldn't even stand under its own weight. It's pressurized and full of fuel, but the skin really is almost like balloon-like. I mean, like tinfoil. Like, take a pin and just you go right through, because you want the least amount of fuel possible. So it really is. It's like, if you took the top off this water bottle and then you stood on it, it would just crumble. But you leave the top on, and it's pressurized, right? Squeeze it, don't squeeze it, squeeze it, yeah, and that's fine if it's just gonna hold the fuel. But if you're up there and you hit this fucker with a pin, I mean, it's not hitting like the hard plastic of a remote. You're just hitting. I've had on guys from NASA. I'm sure if they're watching this video, they're just like, you dumb fuck. But so one, you're in orbit, so you don't need to expend all the energy to get up there, so you could have a tiny rocket. Two, the rocket can be tiny because just it's already going 17,000 miles an hour. So think of the speck of paint. Flake of paint. Jesus Christ. Three, the actual thing you're trying to hit is it's very fragile. And four, you're in a near vacuum. I guess if you're right above the atmosphere, it's a gradient of atmosphere, but you're above like 99% of the atmosphere. So there's really no negligible drag. It's like there's no such thing as no gravity. Nowhere in the universe is there no gravity. Gravity exists. Gravity exerts force over an infinite distance, but it's related to the square of the distance from the center of the mass. But it's so there's no drag or anything. So think about a rocket and think about how much power it needs. Think about how much of that thrust. One, it's trying to get out of the gravity well of Earth. But two, it's also going again. Granted, it's going straight up. Well, I don't know. It really kind of turns azimuthal, but it's still going through a ton of atmosphere. It's kind of like those like hypersonic sleds that they'll do out in like the missile, the like White Sands, I think. They'll put them because they're just putting sideways on a fucking rail. And they just let these fuckers rip, and they'll get going hypersonic in like 3 seconds. It's insane. But I remember seeing someone explain it, and they're like, because you're always shooting rockets up. Like if you just put a rocket sideways with just doesn't have to fight gravity, you can put all that energy into just speed. Okay, so let's take a normal rocket you shoot up and then put it on a sled and you go sideways. Jack that fucker up. Now what happens if you can take that same sideways motion, but it doesn't matter because you're up in space, so the effect is the same. You're not fighting the vertical down of gravity. I did take physics. Be amazed. The vertical down of gravity, Tommy 2020, is but it's still that same effect if you're just not fighting that massive pulling force. And now imagine you take that rocket straight up versus rocket on the sled. The sled's much faster. Now imagine taking that sled and putting it in a vacuum. So there's no air resistance or negligible air resistance. I was thinking about that yesterday. What is the max speed? If you were to take a Phoenix missile, some AMRAAM, what if you just took it out into space and just shot it? Not shooting away from Earth or at the sun. No gravity. Just imagine you just out in space and shoot. I wonder what is the maximum speed that it would get. I mean, it would reach it and then it would stay there, and that's the beauty of space. But so you're up there. You just take like a Phoenix missile or something. I don't even know if that's the right term. I think those are just the sensors. But you just take an air-to-air missile and just shoot it. And so now SDI kind of makes a lot more sense. So the 4 things. 1, you don't need all that fuel because you're already up there. So you're out of the gravity well. 2, a flake of paint can be damaging because it's going 17,000 miles an hour. Okay. 3, the skin of the missile is very, very thin and fragile. And 4, even if points 2 and 3 weren't applicable, let's say it did need to be very powerful, a simple air-to-air missile, not fighting gravity and not fighting air resistance, that thing is going to get cooking fast. I mean, I think they said in the video it would be something like, I don't even remember. But, I mean, it doesn't do any justice. Insanely fast. So that actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that actually makes a lot of sense. Now, can you ward off a general nuclear exchange? Or was the boob attack bolt out of the blue? I don't know, man. I mean, you got 1,000 ICBMs going up at once. I don't know if that would work. But I mean, I definitely think it seems closer to reality. You just put a fucking, like a SAM site in orbit. Yeah, I mean, why not? Especially if you can kind of be like hugging the atmosphere, and then you see these come up, these ICBMs come up. If you can look at it from a way that you're not looking at them with Earth as the background, but if you're looking up at them with space as the background, I mean, Jesus, I mean, talk about a temperature differential. even if the rocket isn't burning anymore, even if there's no plume anymore, the friction on that thing is still going to be toasty. And even if it wasn't toasty, even if it was just fucking room temperature, that's still going to contrast the fuck out of a black space in the background, right? But it is cooking. So that's got to make it easier. Yeah. It seems very doable. I mean, it would, and money, but I mean, under Reagan and that defense buildup, money were fun tickets. But yeah, that actually seems really possible. Put up thousands of them, thousands of the garages. That would work. Yeah, I think that would work. The other idea was that they were going to have, and now this is the point where I see where it kind of strays into a little insanity, was railguns. Well, actually, I don't know. Think about railguns now. Is it BAE Systems that's making it? General Atomics, General Dynamics? 30 more minutes. I can do this. I think they're doing that now with railguns. But this documentary starts with them shooting a railgun in like 84. But I mean, I think all the same things apply. Are we shooting it on Earth? Or are we shooting it at... Okay, yeah. Maybe the railguns take so long to develop because what we're aiming for, no pun intended, is a railgun that works on Earth, shooting massive shells at fucking naval destroyers with feet of steel. Okay. Air resistance, okay. Versus bring it right back around to the garages of missiles. You're in space. It doesn't need to be big at all. It can be a fucking BB. No air resistance. So, but I think the primary thing is not even air resistance. Is none of that. I think it's just small, right? Because I think we figured out railguns a while ago, and that's based on nothing. I am basing that on zero facts. I know the Nazis wanted to design a railgun, which is insane, but well, I don't know. If we had it in the 80s, we did a test fire. That is a fact. There was like a toast, and they were like taking out nuclear weapons. But it's weird because at the beginning of that video, the guy that says I'd like to make a toast to this railgun taking out nuclear weapons in the future, he has the same exact voice of the guy who, if you watch the Ivy Mike hydrogen bomb test, the very first hydrogen bomb, what the fuck is the name of the ship he's on? Oh, god damn it. We are on the... damn it. But it's just like your 50s... I mean, it looks like it could be in the Sandlot. He is like, hello, I'd like to welcome you here. And if you look just over there, we could be part of the thermonuclear age. Now we're going to have our goggles on. It's almost like a walk-in type guy. We are on the... Fuck, what's the name of that video? What's the name of that ship? God damn it. I'm going to have to look that up. But it's weird because, yeah, that guy... Fuck it, I think I can play it, right? I don't think I'll get yanked. Ivy Mike.
By the time it got up into the upper... the super reflectors.
Wait. Yeah.
Momentous... Welcome aboard the USS. You have a grandstand seat here to one of the most momentous events in the history of science. In less than a minute, you will see the most powerful explosion ever witnessed by human eyes. The blast will come out of the horizon just about there. And this is the significance of the moment. This is the first full-scale test of a hydrogen device. If the reaction goes, we're in the thermonuclear era.
Okay.
History was last pages even now. Engineers, but a few.
And then there's the guy. Fuck.
Pages even. It's built in response to President.
You might be able to get a good shot. Go right down through the
Do you hear it?
here. Watch out, it's on.
The device, 8 miles an hour cut. Age.
Warfare, and perhaps even someday eliminate the threat of nuclear destruction.
In Moscow.
And let's just hope that this tool can someday be used to tame warfare, and perhaps even someday eliminate.
Do you not hear it? The USS Estes. The explosion will come from right over there. I don't know. I heard it. Point being, sorry for that. I don't think that's going to be the thing that keeps this channel from getting monetized. And if it is, fuck it. It was worth it. SDI, baby. But if he's talking about they're doing railguns then yeah. So the point is we had it figured out. But the problem, because I remember reading in Popular Mechanics, or was it Popular Science, when I was in high school, so sometime between 2005 and 2009. God damn it, I remember those fucking articles said cancer would be cured by 2020. Bastards. Flying through their fucking teeth. 2015 earliest, 2020 for sure. 2020, banning TikTok. Woo! That's where we are. Yeah. I remember I got a date with this super hot girl when I lived in Maine, and I was really nervous about going on it, but I was a new kid, and no one had ever gone on a date with this girl before, and I wanted to go on a date with her to sort of like get some street cred. And I remember I used to listen to Flashing Lights by Kanye, and that would psych me up to not be a pussy. Fuck yeah. I think we made out. It was weird. I slipped on some snow and fell. Looked like a real boss. Point being, Kanye, 2007, now running for president. That's where we are. Railguns. Jesus Christ. Railguns. So it seems that we had it figured out. But yeah, Popular Mechanics. So I remember it was saying that it was possible, but there was some like Goldilocks zone almost. It was like we have to get to 64 megajoules or something. And it was like, so it wasn't a matter of like, can we do it? It's just like when we do it. Well, yeah, not if, but when. Almost kind of like what the fuck was that noise? Almost like A-bomb. So once the nuclear fission was discovered, that it was possible, and what was the Chicago Pile, Enrico Fermi, and the Nazis had their weird heavy water plants with all those like fucking weird like lead cubes, or was it uranium cubes, the neutron regulators. Once it became understood that it was possible, it was when, not if, right? That's why Leo Szilard went to, no, he didn't go to FDR. Leo Szilard wanted to warn FDR, but he definitely couldn't get close to, he just wasn't basically didn't have clout. But Leo Szilard, was it Leo Szilard? Was it Leo Szilard was the driver? No. Leo Szilard went to meet with his friend Albert Einstein, and that man's name, Albert Einstein. But really went to meet Albert Einstein, wrote a letter and had Einstein, I think, sign off on it, or maybe had Einstein write it. But because of that was able to go to FDR. And it's weird because when Leo Szilard went to meet with Einstein, I want to say it was on Long Island. It's weird. It's really weird how the thing kind of aligned, because who was driving Leo Szilard? Edward fucking Teller, right? Maybe it was Ed Teller was being driven by Leo. I think it was Ed Teller was driving Leo Szilard, because Leo Szilard didn't have a car. Leo Szilard was like this posh. He lived in like hotel lobbies. Sounds like my kind of guy, dude. But yeah, what a weird thing. Leo Szilard, driven by Ed Teller, to go see Einstein, to go write a letter to FDR to warn about Hitler. What a fucking star-studded cast. And then weird again, yeah. The weird interaction of Edward Teller and cars. Edward Teller driving a car to bring Leo Szilard to Einstein to write a letter to FDR about Hitler. And then 40-something years later, maybe 50 years later? Because I think the letter was written in 39. Maybe it was 40. Yeah, 50 years later, Ed Teller giving a speech at a school, at a campus, reading an article about a rocket-powered car. And on the front page of the article, Bob Lazar. Edward Teller and cars. I'd love to see a Disney or Pixar Cars movie with Edward Teller, though. Don't know how the fuck we got A-bombs once it's possible. Now that we know it's possible, it will be done. That was the letter written to FDR. Therefore, we need to make a plan for a bomb now, because it's not some hidden esoteric knowledge. It can be done. Can you just get all the fissile material? How do you do it? Do you do a gun type versus implosion? Shout out FDR. FDR didn't give a fuck. Truman, I mean, I absolutely understand Truman's hesitance to drop the bomb 75 years ago today, and 75 years, 3 days. But it was funny because funny, relative. Truman was very like, do we do this? Do we not? And he was finally kind of pushed towards it by Leslie Groves, who said, if you don't drop it, Mr. Truman, you need to start preparing your impeachment speech for next year when the war ends, after 1 million U.S. GIs die. You have to, you need to give your speech to the American people when they impeach you for finding out that you had a weapon that you didn't use. And that's in 45, after this whole thing is played out. FDR didn't give a fuck, and this was in like 40 or 41. So with none of this had played out yet, and FDR was, I think Bill O'Reilly mentions it in Killing the Rising Sun, which is a book about the war in the Pacific, but is also, unintentionally, I think, probably one of the best books on the A-bomb. I've really got to go to the bathroom. So, you know what I can do? I think I can just, play... I'll just play one of my shitty podcasts to fill the air while I go pee.
I know in your book it talks about
There we go.
how when they were looking for what would become the U-2 is they had all these entry or these contract bids between 3 different companies. But then you said, I don't know why I was trying to explain this to you. I'm like, wait, you wrote the book. But then there was another bid from someone an unsolicited bid, and it was it wasn't Clarence, but it was one of the guys from Lockheed, and apparently there's some I guess red hot guy named Clarence, and he said he can do it better. But I don't know why. That doesn't really have anything to do with the Korean War we were going to talk about. But that made me laugh out loud. It was just unsolicited, and I was like, as soon as it said unsolicited, I was like, I bet it's going to be Clarence Johnson. And they're like, it's from a small company called Lockheed, but back when it was Lockheed Marietta. I was like, I knew it. It was just unsolicited. But
it's kind of cool you could do that back in the day, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. They still sort of do, but there's not independent companies that can pull off a multi-billion-dollar project.
Oh yeah.
These days.
Oh yeah.
Right, but back then, they're Lockheed was. Obviously.
We are back. I need to record my own elevator music. But yeah. Bill O'Reilly, FDR. Yeah, FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR was getting ready to drop that thing years prior. He was just I know people on the right kind of look at FDR. Oh, he was a socialist. He kept the Great Depression going on. Blah 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 blah. Did FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR, not only did he pull together. Excuse me. Not only did he bail out the UK, and then go in there and tell Eisenhower to go fuck shit up, send off MacArthur and Patton just like some wild dogs to go kill some Nazi fuckers. He was for the A-bomb years before it was even ready. To me, I know a lot of people don't like that, and hey, agree to disagree. We can argue, and that's a beautiful thing about this nation, is that we have the freedom to argue that, and we can question government motives. And because of that, without being beheaded or thrown in a re-education camp, and because of that, I would argue that the use of the atomic bomb was good, because it preserved the system that allows you to question the use of the atomic bomb. I'll die on that hill. And you don't have to. And again, another beautiful thing about this country. So, but FDR didn't give a fuck. FDR was like, drop it, I don't care. I don't care. There will be civilian deaths. I don't care. It's just fucking, again, people shit on him because he's a Democrat, so he's a socialist, but dude was like one of the OG, like, America first. Didn't give a fuck. He was like, drop it now. Drop it yesterday. I don't give a fuck. God damn, how the fuck do we get off into these weeds? Railguns. Railguns. So if it's possible, we know it's not if, but when. So it seems like that's how the railgun was. So if we got to get to the sweet spot of 64 megajoules at least. I wonder what the upper speed limit of railguns are. But yeah. Let's finish this thought. So if it's possible, and the limiting factor is enough energy, without it being destroyed. Also, I mean, I imagine you can just crank the energy up. I mean, fuck, I barely got past physics, but something to do with amps and watts and I don't know. Sherlock Holmes. Is to fire the shell fast enough, or a big enough shell, because if it's going Mach 7, you don't even need to have an explosive charge in there. You just use the kinetic energy of the warhead. But if you're going up in space, yeah, you don't need a huge shell. You're not going against a battleship. Fuck, you could just shoot like a shotgun shell. Imagine an electromagnetic shotgun. That would be fucking nuts. So I think what they wanted in space was, so in addition to, so you've got the last minute interceptor, the Sprint ABM, and those, it's kind of funny that like we put our missile interceptors, we didn't put them around cities because we knew they were fucked. They might hit one or two, but you're not going to get the other 90. So what we did do, and I think it was Nixon that said, the primary goal is to prevent death. And the primary way to prevent death is to guarantee death to them in a thermonuclear exchange, mutual assured destruction. And that's where the whole decentralization of nuclear weapons comes from. That's the basis, part of the basis of Dr. Strangelove. Wing attack plan R, well, the idea was to, in the event of a Soviet decapitation strike, that anyone could die forever, blah, blah. Yeah. You can't take pictures. We're in the war room. But Mandrake. But so that's what I mean. That's where that strategic plan comes into play. But that's also where you want to have them everywhere. Nuclear subs, I would imagine, are like the primary enforcer of that. So now it's not even like maybe if we wipe out all of them real quick, they won't be able to get us. It's no matter what, something somewhere is going to launch back. And that not insurance, I was going to say like Ensure, ENSU, not sponsored by Ensure. It ensures that you are fucked no matter what. Even if you get off 99% of your nukes or even if we take out 99%, 1% is still going to come through. And that's going to fuck us up eternally. Because 1% of the nukes coming in are thousands of times more powerful than the one in Hiroshima. And 1% of 70,000 nukes coming, I can't do math. 70,000 divided by 100. Fuck. 70,000 divided. Jesus Christ. What's 700 times 10? 7,000. What's 700 times 100? Alright, so let's say 700 nukes still get through. You take out 99%. If you have 700 nukes coming through, and each one is, just say, on a conservative estimate, a megaton, that's still 700 megatons. I mean, Ivy Mike was 15. No, Ivy Mike was, I think, 5 or 10. Castle Bravo was 15. Ivy Mike had more explosive power than everything detonated in World War II, including the A-bombs. 700 megatons. Even if that's 1% getting through, which is beyond success if you could wipe out 99% of incoming missiles. If 1% came through at 700 megatons, you're still fucked. And there's the beauty in that, is even if you have a 99% success rate, which in anything else is amazing, sales, grades, investments, whatever, good days, that doesn't do shit. 99.9% still wouldn't do shit. You have to get 100%, and we knew that wouldn't be possible because Curtis LeMay said a bomber will always get through. You can throw 1,000 B-29s at a city. You could take out 950 of them, but 50 are still going to get through. Now imagine if those are carrying nukes instead of fire bombs or just dumb bombs. It doesn't matter. So the whole nuclear deterrence comes from, no matter what, we were going to have some ready to fire, right? How the fuck did I get on this? I don't remember. I'm so fucking tired. Oh, yeah. Shooting shit at incoming missiles. Whatever. Fuck it. 10 more minutes. Let's do this. Finish strong. Finish the drill. So if you had... the Sprint ABM missiles. Those were around... Deterrence. We couldn't save the city. So what we did do instead is we put them around our missile sites, our land-based missile sites, the ICBMs, the silos all across the Midwest and Montana, which I thought was kind of funny. It's I was watching the ending of Far Cry 5 the other day, which is a great game. Playing it right now, actually, while listening to Stealth War by Brigadier General Robert Spaulding. At the end, when the spoiler alert, turn off now if you haven't played Far Cry 5. Spoiler alert. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Spoiler alert. So at the end, when you arrest Joseph Seed and the H-bombs start going off, some of the comments are like, not really realistic because, like, really, 3 H-bombs in a nothing named county in Montana? Yeah, sure. But reality is, not only are there that many nukes, that's how many that were going to be going off everywhere. Specifically Montana and the Midwest, because it's called by I think it was Strategic Air Command. I think the upper echelon used to call it. They called the Midwest the ICBM sponge because the Soviets would have to use so many to take out our silos. And we spaced them so far apart that you'd have to at least get 1 for 1. You couldn't do these multi-kills. So they used to call the Midwest the ICBM. It still is the ICBM sponge. That's the argument that Eric Schlosser makes at the end of Command and Control. Is like we look back and we're like, man, remember the days of the bomb and the scare that we were going to die in a fire and duck and cover? He's like, that never ended. Like, they're all still there. Sure, reduced in number. But as we just talked about, even if you take out 99%, that 1% is still a hellscape that you can't imagine. So they're still there. And I think that he ends the book with, like, they're there and they work. Describes it as like a gun cocked, pointed at the sky. So we were going to put the Sprint ABM and the other interceptor. I think Spartan. There was another one called HOE, H-O-E, which is fucking hilarious. But we put these around our silos so that, sure, no really lives to be saved, but if you put them around the silos and just thus ensure that you won't be able to take out our second strike or primary strike capability, you may look at that as oh, how evil. We wouldn't protect our cities, instead we protect our silos. By protecting our silos, you are preventing a shot from ever being fired, period. If you have the Sprint ABM, you have the Spartan, you have the garages, and then railguns, I mean, they had like different weight, so you have these different, I guess, bubbles, tiers of missile defense, and then you have the garages in space. The other thing was railguns. They were going to shoot these things, they said, about the size of hockey pucks. It's something insane. It was something insane. It was like something like 14,000 kilometers an hour. Sorry, 14 kilometers a second. That's what it was. It was 14 kilometers a second. What's the math on that? So 14 kilometers a second. Yeah, it's 50,400 kilometers an hour. What is kilometers an hour? 2 miles per hour. So 14 kilometers a second times 3,600 is 50,400 kilometers per hour. 50,400 50,400 kilometers an hour is 31,317 miles. 31,317. Now, miles per hour to Mach. Let's see what that is. Mach 40. Jesus Christ. So, yeah. Have some Mach 40 hockey pucks up there. Wheel snipe Sally, boys. You can CrossFit, you can cross fuck off. Go kick rocks. You were at Taylor Swift lyrics and birthday cars. Your esthetician quaffed that for you. Nice execution. Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe if you have hockey pucks, garages, Sprint, Spartan, Patriot, and then perhaps the most crazy is if all of that doesn't work, and then you wheel in the directed energy, the DEW weapons, DEW, directed energy weapon. Those are insane. Was it would Abramson describe it as was it the free electron laser? That's insane because like what we were gonna do with them is you had to keep it a coherent laser, which if I can remember from science. Oh yeah, I took science, chemistry, physics. Maybe I'm just regurgitating what I saw in the video. If you keep it coherent, not spread out, it's much more powerful. It's like a shotgun. Shotgun, big spread, not a lot of power per spot. Sniper, sharp, kind of like a shape charge. Imagine a shape charge sniper bullet. That would be insane. So we could do this, but the problem is because the atmosphere, it would kind of refract that like whatever per second wavelength frequency. I don't fucking know. It would refract and it wouldn't work as well. So what we had to do was we had to shoot the laser. And then the mirror and that was the other thing, is we're going to have these lasers, but then we're going to have these mirrors in space that would bounce the laser around and be able to wipe shit out. But because it was so fucked up, you had to have a mirror that could deform to correct the kind of like context. But because it's 1,000 times a second that it had to be corrected, the mirror itself had an aluminum like micron etching on it with all these piezoelectric pushers and drivers, and it would flex the mirror 1,000 times a second to correct the laser hitting it so that it would, I guess, be weaponized again. A deformative mirror, purposely deformative, actively deforming 1,000 times a second in fucking orbit. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see where people didn't think it was possible. To me, there's like two conclusions. It's like, that's so insane that wouldn't be possible. And the other part of me is like, that's so fucking insane that we might have done it. Like, we might have done it. And are you really gonna fuck around and find out? You gonna fire your nukes and have them blown out of the sky and then just wait for thermonuclear death? But there was one guy at the beginning of the documentary, not the USS Estes look-alike doppelganger, but there was another guy, because they're going through all these, they're like Oak Ridge, Lawrence Livermore, and they're talking about this and how it can be done given enough money. There's another one called the High Frontier program where they were just going to shoot nukes at the nukes. There's meme material. But there's one guy in full beautiful 80s hair and mustache, and he goes, I don't think it would work. He goes, I think it's an attempt at a technical solution to a much deeper problem, like a philosophical problem, that we shouldn't be firing these nukes at all. Because he said, he goes, sure, SDI, great, but what if, he goes, if I'm the Soviets, I'm just putting like 100 megaton H-bomb in a cargo ship and just bringing it right near a port. SDI doesn't do shit. And yeah, so Paul Whitcomb on tomorrow. We're going to talk about SDI. Paul's going to be angry at me for talking about SDI today. Paul, I'm fucking sorry. I'm exhausted. I feel like shit. My brain is like the directed energy weapon going through the atmosphere. It's being distorted 1,000 times a second. But unfortunately, Paul, if you were here, you would be my mirror that actively deformed my laser to fix it back. Yeah. So 12:29 p.m. Eastern time. I did it. Did what I said what I was gonna do. I'm gonna keep listening to this book. A couple neat guests this week. Stay tuned. Hopefully I don't have the Rona. If you guys like this podcast, please check out the Patreon. You can give $1 an episode. That would be more than fucking amazing. That will be in the top comment, sticky, and it will be in the description. I hope you guys enjoy this podcast. I thoroughly enjoy it. I love listening to audiobooks. I love talking with them to people. And hope you guys enjoy it. And awful lot of negativity in the world out there right now. Be happy. Be positive. Easier said than done. You ever had a sunburn? Do you not have a sunburn right now? Be happy about that. You don't have a sunburn right now. That's all I got. I am going to keep listening to Stealth War by Brigadier General Robert Spalding for the third time because I like it that much. Not being sarcastic, I like it that much. It's a fucking great book. Check it out. Alright, guys. Stay safe. Stay sexy. Big dick energy. Peace. Peace. Guest had to bail. Last minute work obligation. But that's no worries. I'll whip one together. Myself. Thanos. Fine. I'll do it myself. That's the problem with people these days. You gotta do everything yourself. Episode 162. Available on YouTube, BitChute, DTube, VO, Vimeo, YouTube, Anchor, Spotify. There's a Patreon link. Be really dope if anyone, somebody would pledge like $1 an episode or a week or $1 a month. That would be badass as fuck. Anything to give me to get this thing going. Buy better recording equipment. Give myself more time to do episodes and find guests. Recently had on Brigadier General Robert Spalding, a former B-2 Spirit pilot. The guy was a total badass. And trying to get on more guests, but that takes time. Takes time to do that, and when I'm at work, that's time that I'm not doing that. So ideally, I can turn this podcast into an income and spend all my time finding badass guests. But everyone's got problems, everyone's got hopes and dreams, and I'm not the only person who has reality trying to stick their dick into my dreams and aspirations, so no sympathy there. So fuck it, let's do this thing live. So let us see. There's something that I was thinking about a while ago that I wanted to do an episode on, but I realized I had no idea how to contact those people. Back to Patreon. Give me more time and money, people, and I can do this. I don't like that, the way that sounds. Give me more money. Fuck that, make me earn it. Alright, so Shiva Star, I think is what it was called. Shiva Star. So Shiva Star, originally just Shiva, is a high-powered pulsed power research device located at the Air Force Research Laboratory on the Kirkland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The device was originally built in the 1970s for high-power X-ray research. It was later redirected to studies for the Strategic Defense Initiative and is now being used for magnetized target fusion. Shiva Star was named after the Hindu god Shiva, partly because its prototype originally had 4, quote, arms, now it has 6, quote, arms. Yeah, I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, Strategic Defense Initiative. I remember it looks fucking badass. It's, man, I really need to find, yeah, look at that thing. That thing is, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, look at this, the stairwell, this little stairs. I mean, look how fucking big this thing is. That's what he said. because we live in 2020. You fucking bigots. Using Z-pinch devices, blah blah blah. And these thin foil of high Z, blah 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 blah. Where is it? Okay, yeah. Another upgrade followed in 19 blah blah blah. 2 more blah 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 blah. Shiva Star was also used as a dense plasma focus driver in the mid-80s and as an experimental magnetic driver for conventional projectiles in the late 80s. Shiva Star was also used as an experimental weapon known as Marauder for the SDIF between 1989 and 95. Blah, 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 blah. The plasma projectiles would be shot at a speed of 3,000 kilometers per second in 1995 and 10,000 kilometers per second in 2000. I mean, what the fuck is going on? Like, when you read that shit, it gives credence to so many, like, conspiracy theories of just how far advanced is, I mean, whatever that power structure is. Is it China? Is it the United States? Is it the Council on Foreign Relations? Is it Area 51? Is it S4, Phantom Works, Skunk Works? Is it the Illuminati? Is it a bunch of bankers? It doesn't matter what that is. There's an elite power structure that hails, they are in a technocratic elite, and they hail technology as the ultimate weapon, which it is. It's not stupid. If you want to rule the world, it's technology. That's how you do it. It's the sharper sword. It's the bigger ship of the line. That's what it is. So, but there's like little sprinkles. It's almost like, I don't know. It's almost like, did you ever when you were little, you take tracing paper and you put it over like a penny or something, and then you take like the lead out of a pencil and put it on its side, and then you wipe it over. And you could start to get, like, depending on how hard you push down on it, you could get more and more detail of the penny. If you barely dragged it over, you'd get, like, you'd get the scribble, but then you'd start to see a circle just up here around the perimeter. And if you pushed it more, you maybe get some of the facial features, right? Then you go more and more, you can get, like, the dates, you can get letters and shit. That's what I always think about when I think about, like, the super classified tinfoil hat, like, unacknowledged special access programs. That's kind of what it's like. You can find these, like, little scraping the lead, and you can, every once in a while, you can just touch part of it, and it's right, you can only touch, like, the perimeter, but you do it enough places, and you look at enough interviews spanning enough decades, and you can almost start to make out just, like, the exterior most silhouette of this thing. And who knows, maybe that is the crux of the conspiracy mind, is what I perceive as little crumbs, puzzle pieces to a bigger picture are in fact just independent events, and there's no coordinated, it's not something that I'm uncovering. It's if we're looking for, like, dinosaur fossils and we're digging out shit and we're 30 or 40 feet apart from each other, and you uncover, like, a little tooth and I uncover, like, a little bit of a tail, it might be that I'm uncovering the tail of, like, a little, like, chicken-sized dinosaur, and you're uncovering the tooth of, like, another, dog-sized dinosaur. But because you're getting a tooth and I'm getting a tail, anatomically we assume that we're hitting the ends of this thing, and there's 30 feet between us. This thing must be a monster. In reality, it might just be a little chicken shit, right? It might be a little dog shit. But there's nothing fun about that, so fuck it. Let's assume it's a massive structure that's coordinated. All right. So yeah, 3,000 kilometers a second in 1995. 10,000 kilometers a second in 2000. A shot has the energy of 5 pounds of TNT exploding. It's not a lot. It's kind of stupid. The test cost a few $1 million a year. could scramble electronics. It could shower the energy. The energy would shower the interior of the target with high energy X-rays. The project then became classified, and no information has been published since 1995 since classification. What the fuck is going on? What the hell? What is that? I don't know, but it just seems like there is something on the horizon, right? Or this uncovered power structure that I was just talking about. It seems like it exists, right? I mean, you have Ben Rich saying that. What's the Ben Rich quote? Ben Rich quote. It's I don't have a guest today, so sorry, I gotta try to fill the... Ben Rich, we already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects, and it would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do. I mean, this is the former CEO of Skunkworks. Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. It seems like there's something that we're just touching on. Marauder, magnetic. I have to shit so fucking bad. Please excuse me. Episode 170 of the TPC podcast with me and only me, because I don't have any guests today. It's not that anyone canceled, I just don't have any guests today. And I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Really have no idea what I'm doing in life in general, nor on this podcast. But, I don't know. Let's create some content and some entertainment for the people, for the unwashed masses, for Sam Hyde. Podcast available on BitChute, DTube, Vimeo, VO, YouTube, Anchor, Spotify. There'll be a link in the description and in the top comment for all those links, as well as a link to some original artwork I've made over the last 2 or 3 years and uploaded. And all profits go to this podcast. Next step will be probably a bigger computer on a laptop right now. After that, probably be like a 4K webcam. Then I'd like to get I got a really good microphone right now, but I want to get like a ball-in microphone with like a boom and everything. Yeah. And eventually enough that I can get an apartment and not have to work and just kind of work on getting guests all day, every day. So if you want to support the podcast, or if you don't want any of my shitty artwork, you can go to Patreon and donate a shekel per month or whatever the fuck, however Patreon works. I don't know. Haven't gotten any money yet. But who gives a fuck? We're floating on we're not floating, we're living on a plane that's floating in infinity. No one knows how anything started. No one knows what happens after we die. No one knows why we're here, if there's a purpose to why we're here, or if we're even really here, or if it's not just all a simulation and we're slowly going insane in some fever dream of a god. Who gives a fuck, though? I got an orange jacket and the air conditioning works. I'm not sick. I got internet. Everything seems to be balling right now. Big dick energy. So, one thing I have been kind of reading up on the last... Reading up? What the fuck? I've been reading up. No, I've been fucking watching YouTube videos. Fucking not even high, but acting like I'm high as fuck. Just going down the rabbit hole because I love this shit. So no, I haven't been reading up. I've just been drooling with like a half-baked moron with a room temperature IQ. That being said, I'm going to call it reading up. So I was reading up on remote viewing, which is always kind of woo-woo, new age shit, but at the same time, a lot of weird new age shit, or things that are new age now, or are accepted now, at one point, I think could be argued that were new age woo-woo shit. Something I always think about is like the plague, right? One was germ theory, one was Joseph Lister. He's Victorian medicine. Shout out to that author. That was a dope book. I need to get that author on my podcast. I'm going to write down their name right now. Yeah, Joseph Lister using all of his, what was it, like phenol spray or benzene spray or whatever the fuck it was. And there's a book about him called The Butchering Art. Butchering Art. Let's see. Nope, don't play it. I don't want to get yanked. The Butchering Art. Joseph Lister's quest to transform the grisly world of Victorian medicine by Lindsay Fitzharris. So I'm going to write her name down and try to get her on the podcast. Yeah, it's a fucking awesome book. It's disgusting, but it's awesome. But yeah, so I mean, think about that. They're talking about these hospitals in foggy London town where like using the same fucking thing to look at each other, like people's mouths, like open up wide, say, okay, wipe it off on the jacket, next, and wipe it off on the jacket. I mean, beds that were so dirty, not only were they just dirty, just like not washing them every day, but like had fungus, had actual like plant life, because they were so fucking gross. Never opened any windows, no circulation, reusing old like hospital gowns. You just take them off a dead patient, give them to the next patient. The most disgusting thing was there's this student learning, all these med students learning, and one lady had this big old fucking cyst on her neck, and they were trying to drain it of pus, and they couldn't get it out. So what they do, he puts his mouth on it, sucks it up, and spits it into a my eyes just watered. Oh. But it wasn't even like that was some fucking moron or jester or some fucking dipshit retard from the town square. That was a doctor. That was part of the fucking the technocratic academic elite. And it wasn't just that he was a dipshit doctor like I would have been. He was a doctor, and all the other doctors were like, yes, of course, I concur. So, bet my cheek. But, yeah, that was normal. And it's because germ theory didn't exist, right? I hope I'm not getting that wrong. But there was no germ theory. So, I mean, now wind the clocks back 400 years before that. Before that backwards-ass time where sucking pus out of people's necks was normal. Or even fucking applauded by other doctors. I concur. Bully! It's wind the clocks back 400 years before that. And think about like a plague. I mean, no wonder why these people thought this was like a fucking curse upon the lands. Or what was it? Fucking Moses and the pharaohs. And yeah, no wonder it looks like a fucking plague. No wonder it looks like a witchcraft or some angry, vengeful god. Some wrathful deity. Because everyone's just dying. You don't have fucking microscopes. You can't see these little fucking armies of cells just raping your body. But everyone gets sick and everyone fucking dies with seemingly no rhyme or reason to it. That's magic. For all intents and purposes, that is magic. Right? I mean, imagine bringing back a phone and FaceTiming across the city, across foggy London town, or FaceTiming from the New World over in America. There's no... Even if there were wires connecting the phones, maybe a smart guy would go, you know what, I think the message is somehow going through the wire. I don't know how it's being recreated into a picture, or even what this picture is. What is a picture? There's no cameras, never mind. But there's not even a wire connecting them. It's via cell service. You can trust them and say there's a satellite. You can't see it. What is the satellite? Oh, well, it goes around the Earth. Or because the Earth is... Oh, Jesus, how far back are we? But it's just Wi-Fi. It's just magic. Right? So I think a lot of shit that we could consider woo-woo... That's not a blanket... That's not a blanket justification to everything. To every fucking, single mom on Facebook who's selling essential oils and is messaging you to be part of her multi-level marketing campaign. No. Not everything is science. But I think there's a lot that... there's a middle ground. And a lot of shit is just bullshit. But you can't write off everything as bullshit. And at the same time, be bold enough to say that you're intelligent because of all these other things, including an understanding of the history of the world. Because if you did, you would have to acknowledge that at one point we thought the world was flat. We thought that the sun revolved around us. We didn't know what fucking germs were. We could just suck pus out of a neck. Bully! And we now know that. We just know it's like, what the fuck? No. It's... You can't look at all that and then assume that we have it all figured out. I think we have a lot figured out. I think we're smart for people. But I mean, isn't something like 94% of the universe dark energy and dark matter? And again, that's a dangerous road to go down, because now you're coming at 94% of the universe. I mean, it's so everything could be true. If we have only explained 6%, because that comes down to some bullshit. Well, what if we used 100% of our brain, right? That man's name, Albert Einstein. Yeah, all that fucking cringy Reddit shit. No, it's... But there's a lot that that exists that we don't know what it is. Dark energy and dark matter. I mean, isn't it like the mass of the mass of the galaxy doesn't line up with what? Because like the same reason that we can predict like the existence and locations of planets is because we can see like the nudges in the orbits of other planetary or celestial bodies, and we can kind of infer like where something would have to be of an equal mass, or of a not equal mass, of a determined mass and determined location. I don't think density matters. Yeah, I don't think density matters when you're just getting at as planets versus a star. Well, I guess you wouldn't have to guess the density and location of a star, because it'd be a fucking star and it'd be blinding you, right? It wouldn't be some icy body out in the outer solar system. So, but with the galaxy, I thought they've shown that the galaxy isn't, like, the amount of mass, like, it doesn't add up. Like, the size of it and the speed of its rotation, it doesn't add up. Right? Isn't it there's not enough mass or something? Like, it shouldn't, using that same ability to infer, doesn't it? I thought, who am I arguing with? Bully! But it's, yeah. So there's a lot we don't know of. And now who knows? Maybe this woo-woo shit, maybe it exists at a quantum level. I mean, quantum level is as woo-woo as you get. What the fuck is superposition? But I don't know. I think there are certain things. I think there are too many instances of people who, and I don't like the, like, oh, I haven't thought of this person forever, and then I thought of them and the phone rang and it was them. Like, but how much stuff do you think about every day and there is no phone ring? Like, is that not just like a cherry picking, like, confirmation bias? But I think there's some odd stuff, specifically surrounding near-death experiences and experiences of those of loved ones who are dying, of the people who love the person dying, very close to, child, brother, parent. I think there are a lot of weird experiences right and around there of people from all walks of life. I just got off the phone with a good friend of mine, and we were talking about meditation and shit. And, like, meditation's often, you throw it out to, you know, the long hair, fucking Tibetan monk shit. But, I mean, as of the first one, episode 50, it's been on multiple times since then. Dale Comstock, American hero, Delta Force veteran, I believe youngest ever Delta Force member. Don't quote me on that. And his good friend, Joe Tedai, another American hero, both in a very secret government counterterrorism task force, which can't legally be named by then, and I'm not sure if it can be named by me, but it's the subject of Annie Jacobson's book, Surprise, Kill, Vanish. Also, if you've ever played any of the Black Ops video games, specifically Black Ops 2, you know, when you're in that opening level, and you're in the Middle East somewhere, right before the horses come and jump over the down tree, Soviets getting over here, right before they see Reznov again. It says on the left side of the screen before it blots everything out, that is the unit. It's a real unit. That's what they're in. Point being, they both espouse meditation and also experiences of, surreal psychedelic experiences of loved ones completely in the dark about the fact that loved one was at that moment dying. Other sides of the world weird shit. And these are, I mean, and I don't mean this in any insulting way, it's just who they, I mean, these are your most clean-cut guys, not pot smokers, not woo-woo hippie guys. I mean, you're clean-cut, strong jawline, American, you know, spec ops guys. Versus someone that you might say more, you know, out there, maybe a Duncan Trussell or a late great Ram Dass, rest in peace, is. But so when even these guys have it, it starts to seem like a little bit of a universal experience, right? Let's go back to like a plague, when even the hippie guru gets sick, and so does the astronomer, right? It's the one guy that says the whole world is just energy and vibration, and the other guy that says the world isn't flat. Like, and they're both, I don't know why this 1500s European guy has a 1930s mid-Atlantic radio voice. The world is flat. Next up at 5 p.m. It starts to, yeah, the play gets all of them the same. It kind of feels like that. Like meditation could be this like equal thing. These woo-woo experiences. Mystical new age things that a lot are horseshit. God damn if there aren't some that just seem a little odd. Almost to the point where if you got rid of like great book, UFOs, Generals, Government Officials, and something else by Leslie Kean, Kean, was the co-author of that article that came out a couple weeks ago, about a month ago actually, of the government saying that, it's August 28th, 2020, the government has recovered crash materials not of this world, as well as all the other Pentagon UFO FLIR, FLIR, forward-looking infrared videos that have come out pertaining to those around Commander David Fravor. Was it David Fravor? Commander Fravor on the Joe Rogan Experience, talked about by Jeremy Corbell, as well as Bob Lazar and George Knapp. Her book is very good in that it treats this the same way that I'm trying to treat other woo-woo experiences. She's not claiming that these are little green men, or that these are the Greys, or that these are whatever. Nope. She's just saying that there are some objective facts. These are physical objects. They're in the sky. They give radar returns. They affect magnetic instruments. There are multiple corroborating witnesses for these cases. Okay, you don't have to say it's an alien. It's from Proxima Centauri. It's the reptiles from Draco, right? They're just saying this is a physical phenomenon, and to say otherwise is being disingenuous. These exist. They exist as physical objects. To say otherwise just isn't. It's not true. To lie about it is like looking at a mountain and saying that mountain doesn't exist, right? I think there are a lot of experiences that like I had an experience the night before my brother died. Pretty much seeing it, right? With no indication that it was going to happen. It's not like he was dying of cancer and I had a dream that he died finally of cancer. Like, no. It was suicide. April 15th, 2014. There seems to be some experiences that now if you try to label them and say, oh, this is, we were spirit bodies connected by a silver cord of life. Like, okay, well now you're losing all credibility, because now it's just like, this is some new age essential oils. Like, yeah, sell me your energy crystals, right? I think as long as you stand back and just keep it objective and say, I had this experience, but I do not know what it was. And I don't claim to know what it was. I can only tell you what experience I have had. Well, that's fine. And it's fine to say you've had those experiences. And it's also fine to accept them even as a well-educated scientist. And not some lab coat wearing motherfucker. I mean, just you yourself listening, the scientist. You're looking at the objective facts. Can we change a variable? Can we take in all the context clues? Can we point to cause and effect? Or can we just point to chronological series of events? All right. And just accept it as it is. It's a cataloged thing, right? You're just cataloging. You're in a new world. You're cataloging all the different leaves and the bugs and the mammals, and you're just writing down what you saw. I'm not saying that this is the ancestor of a platypus. I'm not saying that this broke off from this evolutionary lineage at this many million years ago. You're just saying, here's an animal I saw. It had a fucking beak and flappy hands, and it just looked kind of gay and retarded. But there it was. There it was. I don't know what it is, but there it was. I think you have to look at it as that. When someone starts coming with an explanation to it, that's different. It's, what if someone reported the plague? Someone came over and they coughed, and 2 days later, everyone that was at that dinner got sick, and only one of them went to the barn the next day, and he coughed on our neighbor, and then that neighbor got sick. So I think there's something passing. That is correct. I think it's passing through their spitting out dark spirits on each other. No, that's not right. It's a virus or a bug or whatever. Oh, god damn it. I just spilt water everywhere. Well, that's the end of that podcast, because this is about to fucking seep through the and the ice. God damn it. Take care, everybody. Stay safe.